Let me give you an analogy. And I already have the idea in my mind. Existence must be necessary to the idea.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old.
I have an idea in my mind. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. The idea in my mind. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. Think about it. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. What's the conclusion?
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
I have an idea in my mind. Conclusion. You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
You're flat out contradicting
You'll
yourself.
find the truth from things of old.
You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're contradicting yourself. Think about it. It is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. That is a necessary property of triangularity, triangleness.
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
Therefore, the fool
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
The fool,
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction. He simultaneously says, I have an idea of God, and then I don't have an idea of God.
Everyone must see it for themselves. The truth is there for you to find.
Think about it. Think about it.
And we are live. And yeah, back. Bev is live streaming. It's good to be back. Is that skipping that? So I'm not too sure that my streaming thing's that good.
It was just every now and again, so like
Yeah.
every 20 to 30 seconds, it did like a weird jump for me.
Yeah,
I don't know
think
whether
I've
that was just
overloaded
my
it
end.
with songs or whatever. I'm gonna have to start a different streaming app, I think.
Oh, maybe it is just for me.
Yeah. I think there's something a bit weird going on with the internet at the minute. The missus said a Google Chrome thing's gone down. They're having to put a fix out on that.
And Twitter, I mean, X has been playing up all day as well. So who knows?
Well, I mean, it can't last forever, can it? I mean, are you allowed to have people talking to each other like we do now, modern day? I mean, come on. people in different countries and stuff. You can just put a headset on and talk to them. I'm not so sure that's going to be allowed for much longer.
Let me just check your volume.
I'll move my mic a bit closer. I might need a new mic, you know, like, I mean, how much? Maybe I'm not talking into the mic. Maybe I'm just sort of sitting away. I mean, I can turn the volume up from inside, is it?
Yeah, everyone's saying turn yours up. It might be compared to mine, Bev, because I think I come through quite loud. So you might want to turn me down.
It's come through Discord, is it? Mine's coming through direct. So let me have a look. What sort of?
You wouldn't pull like a rookie move and have your mic turned backwards, would you?
Is that, well, I don't know. Is that a bit better? I've just turned my gain up a bit.
I don't know, but I am compared to you. I'm pretty loud.
I know. I wanted to know about the compressor. I wouldn't know which ones to do. Is that a bit better, guys? How's that sound? You might have to wait for a bit for me to catch up with you. Maybe about 12 seconds or something. Way better. It's not too much? Is that sort of all right? Let us know if it needs to go back down again. I'll have a go.
Yeah, you seem to be better.
It is. I think it's me streaming thing. There's something like gone up. Maybe it's done an update or something and it's thrown a little bit of stuff off. OBS.
Well, if you don't get it sorted, Bev, you'll have Mr. Nathan Oakley moaning about it on one of his live streams.
Well, I mean, I don't think he likes listening to me particularly. I would like to say thanks to Chris Berry for letting everybody know that today in the Nathan Oakley show, he let everybody. Well, he posted it in the chat that we were watching Nathan Oakley in our Discord, where we are right now, talking to everyone. So that's what we do. We stream and we watch videos together as a group.
Hang on, Bev. You mean you were using Discord for what it was intended to be used for, like sharing things that you can watch together?
Yeah.
Like we watch the UFC on a Saturday. Sometimes Bev makes me watch stupid, shitty shows like
Nathan Oakley and
QE and Nathan.
Yeah.
And
which is in a way it's a blessing because now that stupid shit doesn't have to taint our algorithms. Thank you, Bev.
Yeah, it means I don't have to watch it on my YouTube.
Yeah, we don't have to taint your YouTube algorithm with all of those crappy things. I do that for everybody. I'm the one that is interested in all of these ridiculous things and the psychology that's going on around this arena. It's mainly me, but everybody else is around it. And also what it means is that everybody now knows that if you want to watch those sort of things and you don't really want to have YouTube on, come into the Discord. You can just join in with it and listen to those shows and our commentary about it, as it's going on. I mean, that's what Discord's meant for. So thank you very much, Chris, for letting QE know. But QE seemed to get a bit upset that, we here in the Discord channel were watching Nathan Oakley. That's what I found amazing.
They could, if they don't want people watching, just don't stream.
I mean, imagine the nerve of us over here watching Nathan Oakley.
On a YouTube channel.
Yes.
Discord for the dissidents.
How dare they watch Nathan Oakley on YouTube or live on their Discord?
Yeah, they didn't pay any subscription. Got one of those IPTV devices.
I'll tell you what else. We've been talking to Roger Ledwell. He's one of the retarded seven, as Jaron calls them. And he was telling us that Flatsoid, right? I mean, we have people, you can come into the Discord and, you know, that's all you have to do. But Flatsoid wants you to email him so you can go on his live show and, you know, be on the panel with him. But the reason he does that is so that he can get your IP address off you and then IP ban you if you do anything wrong or whatever. But, I mean, the purpose of the email is so that he can get your IP address. We don't do that sort of thing around here. I think it's a bit...
to find out where you are, that kind of thing, you think?
I think that's what your IP thing is, yeah. I mean, we've got McToon.
McToon does that, doesn't he? That's his speciality, the emails and stuff.
Yeah, he does. He works with emails, so...
He tracks people. Perhaps Flatsoid's kind of been spurred on by the Flurf wiki, and he's a bit envious. He wants to start his own.
Yeah,
and so he's collecting IP addresses and information on people, and you know, so he can get his own one going.
So if anybody
they didn't even know, did they? When they went over that, they didn't even know the roots of that Flurf wiki.
No,
they haven't got a clue how it started, how it was generated, who's involved, who kind of volunteered to be McToon's lackey.
Yeah, who was the info finder and like where they get all of their info from different people and it
so
comes from
McToon
multiple sources.
Because it did exist at one time. What happened? What it was taken down, wasn't it? Flurf wiki at one time.
I don't think it was a Flurf wiki. What was it, Emma? It was like a wiki, wasn't it? But it was something else. The flat Earth one that got took down because I mean anybody could edit that. I think it was
on a weird thing like Wikimedia, or it was like a branch of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this one's like an actual.
McToon decided to resurrect it, and he put out a little call for people to help him and work on it, and several of the, one particular real globe nutter put his hand up and said, "Yes, I'll do it." And then anybody who questioned him about anything in the Discord got put on the list for just any random thing. You know, do you want me to put you on the list? There, you've done it. You know, and so and he started to compile it, and I think it was him who started the possibly, you know, it was the piss drinking thing.
Yeah.
And Peter Markley had to pull him up. So Peter Markley then came in and seemed to sort of take a bit of an executive lead on it and tidied it up a bit. It's now his baby, so he's quite keen on it. And so they're gathering any info they can to expand the list. So, I mean, stupidly, Flatsoid going on there to edit it. You know, he's all the history's there. Once you go in there, they've then got all your information again. Or if they haven't got it, they've now got it. They'll get his IP address, and maybe they knew it before, but
or something, you know, to get a different IP.
But you know, then next day, Peter Markley had to go along and do a bit of admin work and clean up and root out the evil hand of Flatsoid in the, which was a bit of a schoolboy thing, wasn't it? Really, it's a bit like going and, you know, spraying the headmaster's car or something, or throwing eggs at his windows. I'm gonna go in there, change a few words, say fuck you. And run, bang on the door and run. So that's the kind of where they're up to, it seems.
Yeah, I've been shut out of that on the McToon one. But I mean, I think Flatsoid's known about that for a long time. I think he only went over
so he was kind of acting like he hadn't heard of it almost.
No, I think somebody had told him. I think Roger had told him that he'd been added to it. So they were going over it because Roger told him that he'd been added. I think that's why they went over it. But like Flatoid's been on McToon's Discord for quite a while. He's watched it, or I don't know how much he, how observant these guys are.
Yeah, that's
really.
The thing. Yeah, I mean, if he couldn't observe his own Discord being bombed with bad images and stuff, you know, if he couldn't even see that, well, obviously doesn't pay much attention.
We are going to go over some other stuff. We're just waiting for Kevin to come. He's our authority on the... Well, I say authority. There's no real authorities, but he's the guy who knows a bit more about this religious aspect. I don't know. We're going to have to get into all of this understanding of what religion is and all of that. Because this journey, I think, that we're on, right? The journey that I've been on, particularly in this arena for all of this time. Everybody else has been along with it. I mean, it has been my journey, but other people are on their own journeys with us at the same time. We're all on our own journey. But my particular journey through this was to understand, I don't know, I keep going on about it. It was a journey to the roots of the cave to find out the piece of my childhood that I seemed to be missing, but it was obviously there. That, you know, there's something that's happened in my childhood that makes it a little bit different, but the childhood was still there. Whatever it is, the roots of everything, the shadows, they're still there. I just don't know where they are, so I go looking for them and asking questions about where these things go. Well, in a similar sense, the journey's now starting within the aspects of religion. And I'm linking these philosophical roots of knowledge and all of that to religion. But in a logical aspect. I don't really know how to explain it, because we're still trying to find the rhetoric for these sort of things. So we're waiting for Kevin, and then I guess what we do here is we go on these journeys. Logos guides us. So this morning I went on a journey, and I'd like to wait for Kevin to come here, but I'll try and go over it. We're waiting for Kevin. So if anybody else has got any other aspects or anything else that you want to go over while we've got time, shout out to Q and Fee and the stuff that he's been doing. He's like, if anybody's seen the work he's done, at that. Yeah,
he's done some amazing work on. Yeah.
There's a lot of time going into it and clipping all of those pieces, but it's like he's got the search for the entire history of
Nathan Oakley's bedroom furniture.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've got all of those things.
Poor old Nathan. I think he's got too high tech. He's bought himself a Dyson dehumidifier or something, and sucked all his children into prunes, so they're all dehydrated and being sick and got headaches. Sounds a bit like carbon monoxide poison or something. But it must have a pretty damp flat to have to employ these things. I guess he's got his washing hanging out and hasn't opened the windows. It's just got all damp inside. I mean, I guess, he's got to worry. He doesn't want his microphones to start getting rusty. I mean, he's coughed out up a lot of money for the microphones recently, and I think he's even having to sell his daughter's one that he's recently bought. Scraping the pennies together.
Small setup. It looks quite nice, that. I mean, you'd be proud of that if you were.
Yeah, I've got one of those. I've got one of those nice, good little mic. Those Audio Technicas.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, most people you hear on the internet, there are some sound pretty bad, but generally the people who are presenting, they've got pretty good sound. So I don't know that it's needs that length of things. I guess it's midlife crisis or something. Trying to make his mark on the world. The book seems to have ground to a bit of a halt, I think. People are sick
because people were ill. Well, it looks like everybody's back now.
Yeah.
The team's on the
Well, I guess it's taken a toll on them, really, having to kind of work on it and things. I think there might be a bit of an internal clash about whose book it actually is and whose name will be on the cover, I think.
Looks like we've
QE
got
says it's his book.
Trolls in the chat as well.
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, QE seems to think it's his book. He's taken ownership of it. But probably won't want to, have his name on it to be held ultimately responsible. I don't know where it's going to come out. Seems to rely on a kind of a grammar Nazi to go through all the grammar and proofread it, check it. Don't know that they have great discipline in their lives to be able to get on it and get it done within a month. So it'll be a while. Christmas, maybe.
I doubt it. It'll be like Rumpus's test, or...
Yeah, just one of those ongoing things that never appears that everybody's talking about. I hope nobody's kind of, bought some, pre-orders, put in some pre-orders.
I doubt it. Nobody's interested. There's already been loads of books, and who wants a book about flat Earth? The ultimate flat Earth reference book. It's like open page 1. Where's the South Pole? It's just a ceremonial one. Yeah, but where is it? Anywhere.
Well, where they went to. Come on, it's where they went, There, over there. Where they went.
It's so bad. People not being able to answer simple questions.
Is it only people in the Northern Hemisphere who can measure the flat Earth?
Got to be able to see a particular light in the sky.
Yeah, otherwise, I mean, I guess you can only save lives in the Northern Hemisphere. That's probably what it is.
Who doesn't appreciate a nice round bottom sometimes,
Yeah. I mean, well, that's flat Earth for you. It's got lots of round bottoms. Seems to be inside seems to be very circular. Seems to be part of a sphere somehow, always. Above it or below it. It has a limit because it runs out of the equator. It's somehow antipodal.
Well, it's weird, isn't it? Because we did talk to Jaren about it. And it was what Jaren didn't want anyone to hear when I went on there. I mean...
Yeah.
He literally cut out me talking about how big a problem it is for the flat Earth, them measuring an angle to a light in the sky. Nathan doesn't want to address it. Flatsoid doesn't want to address it.
He can't
it's
address
their
it.
proof
He
of
can't.
flat Earth.
He's just in shouty mode. As like he says, he does that to cover up his lack of confidence in his material. So we know that. He said that himself. So that's obviously what's going on.
And I think the hardcore Globe guys are upset with us because we were the ones that were telling Nathan Oakley that for ages.
Yeah.
And they're banning us, so we can't tell them. And none of the Globe guys bothered telling them. Now they're in the position where Jaren's flipped and Nathan Oakley, there's nobody to talk to them. You can't talk to them. But I mean,
they've run out of content, haven't they? Yeah, well, I mean, they've run out of content. What are they going to do?
Yeah. Well,
we killed the cash cow.
Like QE today. He had to make content out of somebody watching Nathan's show.
Yeah.
On Discord,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he came in here and had a look. But, I'm going to go and tell on him.
Yeah, I'm going to say that Nathan, they're watching you in Discord.
Oh, did you know? QE, I guess, is upset because he hasn't got any content either. And everybody's sick. He can't do it on his own, so he's a bit stuck. He did send out orders, though. He sent out orders that Brian and refracted curvature, they have to research the Haversine formula and bring it to him on a silver plate for him to, use as some kind of as his thing. But they've been ordered to get it together because they don't know anything about the Haversine formula at all. Haven't got a clue.
We were talking to Brenda about that earlier today, weren't we?
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, should have put that on. Can we put that on? No.
Yeah, that'd be good. Well, I mean, it was a brief thing, so.
Let me get it. Let me cue that up, right? Because Brenda did come round. I think we've got about 20 minutes of conversation with Brenda earlier today.
I guess Oakley's got the same model as QE in that he doesn't know anything. He relies on other people to pull it all together, and he works out a script that he can deliver once he gets a picture in his head of what they're saying. And he's just like, the sales manager trying to push the product and enthuse the sales force to go out and sell it to the world. But we know there's no refund policy, no return for your money back or anything like that. Because by the time you go and look, they've moved on to the next town.
You guys are gonna want it. The rest of everybody else, I don't think you need the live stream to see what's going on. So I'll just change these windows. Make sure the volume's up. Okay, so everybody's free to comment about anything that are coming on. We're just hanging about waiting for Kevin to come. But this is a conversation that we had about 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
maybe 3 hours ago.
Yeah,
Brenda came in for 20 odd minutes or so. I don't know whether you want to have a listen of it or not, but I mean, we're just killing time waiting for Kevin. So this is.
It's a good thing to listen.
Who's going to be telling you the right thing, especially with modern words.
Yeah, they're just as reliable as Wikipedia because input.
Yeah. Have you seen the Flurf Wikipedia? Right, they're making a Flurf Wikipedia with people's.
Of course, there will be both sides because they must keep up the dichotomy.
Yeah. About that, Brenda, do you think there's a file out there with your name on it somewhere that somebody's holding?
Oh, hell yeah. They talk about the FBI files on people. I'm like, it's bigger than that, you stupid idiot.
No, like the Brenda and her team have got files on everybody else.
Oh yeah.
You reckon
I don't have a
file. Go on.
What are you talking about?
Flurf Wiki.
Yeah.
McToon and your boys.
Yeah.
They've got
Do
files
y'all keep
with
tabs on each other?
All right.
I didn't understand either of you.
They've got files with your name, well, my name on it. Do you reckon they've got one with your name on it as well?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I know Nathan does.
You do know that they've got a file with my name on it, though, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. What happened to Nathan anyway?
What do you mean? What happened?
What's been happening?
What do you mean? What happened? Like the sores on his face. We don't know.
He's not changed. He's
Where
still the
is he?
same guy.
Where is he?
He went live today. He did. He was live today.
He's on his channel.
Really? I didn't see it.
No, we did. He said he got a dehumidifier and he's dried himself out. He's like a prune. So he's been ill. Put the dehumidifier a bit close to him.
Oh, he's been sick?
Yeah, that's what he said. Spores in the air. So you don't know whether they've actually got a file on you or not, Brenda?
Who's they?
The people that have a file with my name on it. You know who they are.
Actually, I don't. You're talking about Flat Earth Wiki?
Yeah. Well, the people that do that. I mean, are you part of the people that do that, or I mean, I know that you're friendly with McToon, and what about Peter Malarkey? Peter Markley, is it?
Yeah. See, you imagine a lot of things, Bev.
I know I do, and we all do, don't we?
Yeah. And a lot of those imaginations aren't true.
But we do know that you went for coffee with McToon and that young lad.
Pitch Lumen.
Yeah.
That was we were having a debate, and so we got together to talk about it before the debate.
Yeah. And did you add that data to the file you have on him?
I don't
do you
have
think
a file.
McToon? They've got a file on Pitch, haven't they?
I don't have a file on anybody, Bev.
Okay. So it's McToon and those people, right? And you're not one of them, even though you do go and have coffee with young
Yeah,
boys.
I go and have coffee with them. I did more than that.
Oof. I would. Well, I don't want to get into that, Brenda.
What
yeah,
that's more of your imagination.
Do with young boys is your business.
Oh, fuck you, Bev. That's a terrible thing to say. Don't be a fucking asshole. That's really terrible of you. Shows how low a moral character you have. You accuse people of shit like that.
You said you did more. I just said I don't want to know. I just don't want to know.
Yeah. So how about you just watch that mouth of yours?
What did you come here for, Brenda?
I was gonna be nice. And then you say, and then you say shit like that. You say shit like that. That's a terrible thing to say, Bev. You should apologize to me. Apologize to me.
I'm sorry, Brenda.
Okay.
I don't know what it was. What was it? What was the thing that did it?
So we met for supper.
Are you?
There was a group of us.
Is there a speaker there? I can hear something in the background. Have you turned it up?
What?
There was something going on in the background. Were you feeding it through to somewhere else?
No, there's a... Oh, my God, you're paranoid.
No, I could just hear... I could sort of hear my own voice in the background.
That's called an echo.
It's an echo.
All right, so I met Toon with a bunch of other people. There's about 10 people altogether, maybe. It was just a meetup of local Globers and Flat Earthers were invited, but no Flat Earthers showed up. We met at an Indian restaurant. It was great food. And that
wasn't the bit with Pitch, was it? That's completely.
That was a different time. Yes, that was just coffee.
Do you think McToon saved the details and put them on a file?
I don't know.
I'm saying because Peter Markley like showed me a file with my name on it, and it's not often that sort of shit happens, Brenda. Really, have you ever had anybody show you a file with your name on it, like your real name?
No.
Can you imagine? That's
everybody
a little bit
knows,
weird, isn't it, Brenda?
Everybody knows your real name is Paul Bevan.
Yeah.
Because you've revealed it.
Because it's public.
Yeah, I've revealed my full name. Everybody knows it. And I don't care if people have files on me. Okay. What do I care about that?
Do you not think it's a little bit weird for somebody to show you a file that they have on you? Because I did. I thought,
I don't know.
I can't imagine why somebody would want to do that.
Look, you can't go through your life worrying about these things. If somebody wants to keep a file on me or you, there's nothing you can do about it. So things you can't do anything about, there's no sense in worrying about it.
Well, I was in a Discord server that they've got like a special room where they attempt to shame me.
Yeah, that's I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's MC Tunes Discord.
Yeah. Do you not think that's a bit weird?
No, that's not weird.
No. Okay. Is there any rooms anywhere where people attempt to shame you?
It's very possible. I've never seen it.
What do you think you'd do if you were to find out that somewhere there was a Discord server with like loads of fanatical people, where they were making a file about you and attempting to shame you?
I would be curious. But in the end, I can't do anything about it.
Well, that's a healthy attitude, I must say.
Yeah, if you can't, people on the internet do, especially on these chat forums, not just Discord, but probably also Twitter and all those others, keep records of people that they talk to. And there's nothing you can do about that. Just be yourself. Do your best. Own up to your mistakes. And just live your life.
Mm-hmm.
Woo-woo.
I make mistakes, right? You make mistakes.
You've made loads of them. I think I've got quite a few of them documented, Brenda.
Oh, you have a file on me, Bev?
No, I've just got the conversations recorded.
I bet you've got a folder on me, Bev.
Oh, I've got loads of videos. They're all out there.
You got a folder on me.
He's got a playlist, Brenda.
I do.
You can't help it. He's a producer.
Some of them have been put on song. I mean, we put it to You Don't Understand. There's some classics, Brenda. Remember the Kant stuff? That was fucking great.
It's kind of interesting to be a reference point or a reference in a song.
Yeah. I mean, you taught us about diletheism, Brenda.
I've taught Flat Earth about a lot of things.
Yes, you have.
It's got to do with Flat Earth.
Are they listening?
Do you teach Flat Earth classes, Brenda?
No, I just mention things and talk to them about it. And it's a new thing that they've never heard of before.
Can you remember saying that pi could be more or less? Can you remember that one?
Yeah, I looked that up.
That was a mistake.
And I looked it up, and it seems that it's true that in hyperbolic geometry, the value of pi can kind of vary.
Not more, though. You can't conceive of more, can you?
Yeah, I don't know.
You've never thought about it? leads you down really weird paths that's shorter than a straight line. I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? Remember when Bob did that? I think it drove him mad. I think they had to give him an observatory at the bottom of his garden.
I don't think so.
I
don't know what you're talking about
now. Garden, Bob. Bob he drove a shorter than a straight line distance. And when he was doing flat Earth logic, you know, I remember that with Dr. Shiva sparked it up, the interest of, you know, how do you prove a globe?
I don't listen to everything.
Flat Earth, he was asking, wasn't he?
I don't listen to everything, and it's been years. I certainly don't recall everything.
No, you don't recall the shorter than a straight line.
Yeah, I don't recall the context and how you misunderstood something.
I would try and forget that as well.
I don't recall. You have a very poor grasp of geometry, Bev.
Really?
Yes.
Go on. Teach me the bit that I wholly understand.
It's a middle school level understanding.
Go on then. Help me understand. Can we start with straight?
Is straight defined?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, do you have a definition of straight? Because that's how it gets defined, right? By you being able to define it. So do you have a definition of straight, Brenda?
Not particularly.
No, I wouldn't have thought you did. No. Well, that might be the difference between us then, Brenda. My poor grasp of geometry gives me the ability to define straight. You, on the other hand, teaching me that you have no definition of straight. So therefore, anything you say about geometry, really, Brenda, we can...
Would it be something like the shortest path? Would it be something like the shortest path between 2 points?
I don't know. You're making paths. What's a path?
Would it be the shortest
paths into the definition of a straight? Can you?
Would that be a definition? The shortest distance between 2 points.
That sounds better. The shortest distance. Yeah.
Would that be it?
Well, it sounds like a good definition for me. I mean, I would understand that. That's a reality definition, though, isn't it? Shortest distance between 2 points. That's something that would happen in reality, rather than a geometric understanding.
Might there be types of geometry where the shortest distance between 2 paths is a curved line?
I can't see that. No, because that would mean that there was a shorter distance than a straight line, wouldn't it? And that sounds like fucking crazy shit.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't mean that.
Like... Well, if
it would definitely be different.
Yeah, there would definitely be a shorter distance than it if it was.
They
curved.
can't be the same.
No, it wouldn't.
What wouldn't? The shortest distance.
It wouldn't be the same. Straight or curved cannot be the same.
It leads you down this path of differences, Brenda. You know, like when you're defining something.
We're just going by definitions.
Yeah.
So the shortest distance,
something, isn't it? You say what it's sort of similar to, or what it's the same as, and then what the difference is from this other thing, right? Because it's a new thing. That's why it becomes difficult to define straight, because straight is an element, and therefore has nothing for you to be able to compare it to.
So the shortest distance from, say, New York to London is a great circle route.
It would be a straight line, the shortest distance.
No, well, a great circle route is a straight line.
Well, this is where you get into problems. This is why I thought Bob went mad, because he had a shorter distance than a straight line, and like that does sound fucking crazy. Like, what do you call if you have that, what you're talking about? What do you call the straight line, the actual shortest distance between the 2 points?
I don't know what you're talking about. Right? Great circle routes are technically straight lines.
Yeah.
Because they're the shortest.
Like horizontal.
In spherical geometry,
it's straight, which means it's the same as straight in reality, right?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, the straight in reality is the shortest distance from A to B between 2 points. It's how triangulation works and all sorts of stuff.
So the shortest distance between New York and London is a great circle route. That's the route that planes take to go from New York to London.
Yep. And the shortest distance from me to my front door is a straight line. And that would be a traditional understanding of a straight line, wouldn't it? I mean, you might want to call it a great circle. But I can't. People would understand it as just being straight. Straight's one of the fundamentals, Brenda. Not getting much of my video, mate, am I?
Does this have anything to do with your 10-body lunch or dinner date you had?
No, that was just to justify Brenda meeting up with McToon on more than one occasion.
Oh, I didn't know whether he was leading somewhere, to a dinner
date. That was
date.
a meetup.
Invitation.
Do you know what the Meetup app is?
Meetup app?
It's like Grindr.
No. I haven't got one. Grindr, yeah.
No, it's not.
Tinder.
That's not what it is.
No, is it an American thing or?
Is it like Grindr?
It's just a web. No, it's not.
You'd know the difference then.
So it's just it's actually I don't know if they have an app. I assume they do.
Grindr. Is it? Globe Gangsters. Something, a necessity for all Globe Gangsters.
It dropped out.
Brenda's in town. Get the app out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. There is an app that you can hook up with Globe Gangsters. Maybe go for coffee with Brenda. You never know. You could do that. I think it's like Brenda left. We have all sorts of good conversations around here.
So do you think that they were having a Dr. Shiva thing? 10 Globers and 10 Flat Earthers who didn't turn up.
There was sadly no flat. Well, I can't imagine why any flat earthers didn't turn up to get all of their details added to a file about what they had for dinner, all of that sort of stuff added to their file. But I mean,
Yeah, come back, Brenda, and tell us what test you came up with, or did you just
have
poppadoms?
Yeah,
just poppadoms. Yeah,
it's a hangout. I bet that'd be interesting, or not. I don't know. I mean, it'd be costly. I don't think I could afford that. I don't know. Unless, like, you know, McToon or whatever pick up the bill. And whether everybody goes, I don't know.
Well, back in the Flat Earth past, when that happened, when Pitch Lumen, isn't it? Yeah, Pitch Lumen was was debating
that young lad
on Geronism, and after that, I mean, he revealed there. That's where he revealed that he'd had met up with McToon and Brenda the week before for coffee. I thought, wow, that's a bit odd. But and it was I think it was a pretty new person in the debate world, and it seemed, you know, throw him in with the lion's den. You know, it seemed a ridiculous thing to do. And I remember criticising, or just giving a little critique to that on to Jeron through his Telegram, and he got really upset with me about it, the same as he did when I asked him how he measured the Earth flat. But, you know, how things change, eh?
Yeah, I mean, that was the sort of thing we were noticing back then, was that Brenda and McToon were going for coffee with people, or like new upcoming flat earthers, and then ending up doing a debate with these new flat earthers on Gerons. Yeah. So it's obvious that they had some sort of a connection with Jeron. That's why I called Brenda the Jeron's PA for a bit, because Brenda was trying to get me to debate and all sorts of stuff like that, and, you know, getting on Jeron, and I said I'd happily do it.
Well, Brenda was doing the same with Ozian. Yeah. And calling out me and saying, "Oh, you know, have a debate with me on Ozian." I said, "What about? Why do you want me?" Yeah. But Ozian seems to have disappeared, and it's another one of them.
Yeah, I hope Ozian, if you are out there, let us know if you're all right, mate.
If you're all right, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen you for a bit. I seen his name still on the what's it called, the channel that he has.
Something Matters. What's it?
Matters Now or something, is it?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Matters Now. Flat Lives Matter.
Yeah. Yeah, he was talking to Lisbeth. So, but it still had Ozian's name up on top of the channel. So I hope you're all right, man. Let us know when you're taking a back seat or something.
I hear Lisbeth's. Is she co-hosting with Mark Sargent now? Is that the plan?
That's what I've heard. She was sat in Patricia Steer's seat.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It was very quick as well. Like, you know, it was like basically the next episode, as though Mark required somebody to sit in that seat.
Yeah.
Maybe
like she's been a bit quiet.
Might need, you know, everybody needs their Adam Meakin, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, he went to support Flatsoy this evening, I think.
Yep.
Cross swords with his old friend, Sleeping Warrior, was it?
Yeah.
Kind of cordial until he's talked about mud. Yeah.
Yeah, man, some stories to tell about that.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I mean, you've been around a long time. So, you know, there's lots of things have passed by the doorstep.
Yeah. So if anybody got any topics about any of the stuff, we do keep up to date with as much of this sort of stuff as we can. But like most of the say the flat earth stuff's going to start dying down, obviously. But I think the globe guys have shot themselves in the foot, because we know that the false dichotomy is going to cause an issue. Once you get rid of the flat earth, then the globe earth guys aren't going to be happy with that. And I don't know. I think we're at the most fascinating part of this entire thing at the minute.
I mean, how do you think Jeron's going to fit into that globe presenter world? I mean, Is he going to become the man? Is he?
He's my
ironic for him.
Composition. He's
to be the
fighting for the globe, the dogmatic globe, and I'm going to be representing the real globe. So we are going to be butting heads. Me and Jerry.
I mean, that's an achievement, isn't it? To become, he's people talk about him as the most famous flat earther. And now he's going to become the most famous globe earther. He's getting them all.
He put his name out there for being on the the test on the behind the curve.
Yeah,
like his face was all over that, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Him and Bob made their name through that film, documentary, or whatever you want to call it.
I wonder if he's going to say interesting in the documentary that's coming. Somebody will want to have bagged that in the can somewhere.
When is that coming? Do we know?
Well, the last I heard was April time from Mirandi. He was working. He said it was nearly complete the last time he spoke about it. But he kind of thinks it's going to be April time, but who knows? I mean, I guess they're going to be a bit more functional than the Oakley's
the book,
ultimate reference book.
Yeah.
It's obviously it's going to. I mean, it's going to happen, isn't it? Like undoubtedly, the documentary will come out. We're not sure about the book, but yeah, it'd be very interesting. I'm sure they're going to time it for some, the most opportune moment to release it and. Maybe there's, they're working up. Maybe Duffy's kind of working towards that sort of crescendo or something. But again, I guess it depends on what the theme of it is, how it is, whether he's just focusing on the interaction between two opposing groups of people, whether he's. I think he said it's kind of. Not to bring a conclusion in a sense of taking sides in that kind of sense. I mean, obviously there is some conclusion, whether it's believed or not or whatever. It'd be very interesting.
Yeah, to keep bringing it back to that Dr. Shiva.
Yeah.
The test. I mean, I don't know whether the flat earthers are going to come up with anything. I don't know whether they can come up with anything. So that would.
Well, that's why I think, when they said Brenda said they were meeting, I wonder whether they're going to try and, get their foot in the door first with the test, that they know will be almost impossible for the flat earthers to get a win out of or a draw. Obviously,
well, I don't know whether the Globe guys can present anything anyway. They'll just make the most out of flat earthers not presenting anything, or they may want to just keep away from it, because if the Globe guys get involved with the Dr. Shiva thing, then they're going to have to present something for themselves, right? Because it's meant to be a test to finalise the dichotomy, right? One way or the other. That's what he was offering, right? Because it mainly is offering it to the flat earthers, because Will Duffy's done his, sun circles in the sky. A final experiment.
Yes, I mean, I think they, if they get the opportunity to present a test on their ground, then first, they can get in first, then it's obviously going to favour them. A bit like the TFE thing, they knew they were on safe ground. It's undoubted. There's no doubt to them what was going to happen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even entertained it. Like most things. So, Yeah, it's up to the flat earthers really to come up with a coherent test that would actually, bring it to a conclusion. Really, one way or the other. It's they either find something that they say is not there, or they don't find it. But as we've seen, the religious aspect of it, the biblical aspect of it, is creeping in. I think Will Duffy's got a debate. Has he got a debate coming up? It's a biblical debate, but it's based on what they did in Antarctica.
Biblical.
Yeah. So was that his thing?
No. I think Will Duffy said he was going to use the stuff he got from Antarctica, and the other guy was going to use scripture and
that's
and
Kingdom
stuff.
in Context, isn't it? Yes, Sean Griffin.
Yeah.
So I wondered. I thought, was that his plan? Was that his thing? To incorporate, get this data, this information, and then incorporate that into his preaching in his position as a pastor.
Yeah.
Was that his role, his idea from the beginning? Could see an opportunity to biblicize it.
Yeah, I'd see. That's the weird part, right? He's the guy that's the pastor for the church. He has a church, and I don't know how many other pastors there are there, or whether that is his church or he's just a pastor at that church. But either way, he doesn't seem to be using any biblical things for his presentation of the shape of the earth thing, yet the whole shape of the earth thing for him seems to be centered around the biblical church aspect, unless it's just ridding flat earthers from his church. It's really hard to tell what's going on and why, because we said we don't know why they've introduced a false dichotomy into a biblical setting anyway. It can do nothing but divide.
Yes, of course. But it's kind of hard to see it from a UK perspective, because we don't have that kind of setup of the the church system they have there, or the pastor system,
and the debate system as well. Right? I mean, it's not as prevalent, is it?
Yeah, is there territory to be won? That they can't have people like Dean Odell having a religious platform for the flat Earth, say. They're it's onward Christian soldiers. They're doing some battle out there, spiritual battle. Is that what's going on, or there's more Rolls Royces to be had by claiming a certain territory? In the pastor world, pastor wars beyond Netflix.
Yeah, but I mean, we aren't watching those pastor wars. We're watching a YouTube drama, really, aren't we? I mean, it's a spectacle.
Yeah.
People are fascinated by the arena. That's why there's so many people involved in it. That's why there's so many people still here.
Yeah, but pastor wars is a spectacle. They're on the TV, online pastors that I've seen. It's. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, whether that's an aspect of it. Maybe, perhaps not all of it. But I just wonder if that's playing into that road that Duffy's drawn to, whatever that might be. For his path as pastor, for his path as to walk in the shoes of Bob Enyart or whatever.
Yeah. Particularly in this arena. I mean, at first, I entered this arena through the atheist community. And that's where I started off. I was eventually led into well, the place where we are at now. But it was first of all, it was through people and the flat earth. But then they started, well, obviously it was through the atheist type thing. But for some reason, I seem to get linked to the Christianity and flat earth through basically having opinions about things. It's weird how easily you can get pulled into any of these arenas through any of these conversations that you end up having on the internet. Now, I admit, when I did go into it, I started the Try Thinking moniker with a purpose to, actually try thinking a bit more about what I hadn't thought about. And that was, how people's interactions are developed. It was mainly through the Brexit thing that brought the Try Thinking about, for me to try and wonder why people made judgments upon other people just because maybe a vote, or maybe without even having the vote, just the perceived idea of somebody else. And that's what I developed, the enthymeme, right? You can allow people to make their own mind up, and I mean, that's how we've ended up here. Not a flat earther, but somebody thought I was, and he has managed to generate a complete persona that I don't think you can ever get away from, because that's, people implement that into their model.
Yeah, because my perception about who you are is nothing like the persona that's been painted of you and painted out there. So, and I've noticed that, with my avatar has been created by other people in the main. It's not out of something I've done, not out of description I've given myself to the world. It's based on, people putting me in a box or in a certain group or frame, and that becomes a thing. So, for people who haven't, say, come across me, for instance, then they may well have heard some story. They may well have heard something that already paints a picture for them about who I apparently am and what I represent and all these kinds of things. I think, the arena has a big hand in creating these false personalities that people try to propagate and keep going. So I know people need to put you into a group somewhere. They need to, in their minds, where do they belong? They're with me, or they oppose me, or not really sure what they're talking about. So we tend to want to put people into certain positions within our own framework, whatever that might be. They're all kind of different. But I think if you become a dissident voice, then it seems in today's situation, that they want to silence you. And that, that's
it's
before
understandable.
this.
Like, they've gone to a lot of effort to get themselves in the position that they're in, and they're only going to be in problems if other people do hear what.
Yeah, I mean that. That's a mirror of what was happening, because before this, things were going on in the world that I was shocked and surprised by, and seeing politicians act in some really stupid ways, and so I was kind of questioning them, on Twitter and any avenue, any place where they might have been. I would put questions in or just call them out. What the hell did you do that for, you bloody idiot? And gradually got I realised, that they don't necessarily, politicians don't necessarily run their Twitter account, for instance. They have a minion who does that. So you're not always reaching them. You don't have a voice. How you can have a voice to speak up against some of this tyranny. And gradually, I became banned there and blocked, and from all sorts of radio stations and people like that. James O'Brien, those kind of daytime radio hosts who have a kind of skewed political opinion. And so it was couldn't have a voice, silenced, and other people who were also being silenced, who were much more prominent, experts in their field, scientists, doctors, surgeons, during the COVID times, those people with, the VP of Pfizer or something, who knows the score, is being silenced. And, so I could see that at that level, what the system was prepared to do. And, coming into this arena, it's very mirrored. It's very much like that. There is a hierarchy. There are people who, want to keep you quiet, or, if you don't comply, if you don't fit into somebody's rhetoric and their story, if you don't agree with it, and you have to agree. If you don't agree, and then they'll push you down, or if you question it, they're going to silence you. So that seems to be what's going on within this topic, as much as it is anywhere else in the world, really. It's not as far as, I don't know, is it as far as the the stories they tell us about how it is to live in China, a social credit system kind of thing. If you're not a good person, you won't get a voice to speak to anybody, or you won't have good internet because you haven't paid your taxes and voted in the right way.
Are already there, then
those
lists are already being made.
Yep, exactly. So that's like Flurf Wiki. It's one of those things. It's one of those things that puts people in a group, victimizes people for having whatever opinion. It doesn't matter if they're stupid or whatever, but it's a way of getting people to focus on that group of people and isolate them, exile them from society.
Yeah, like
ridicule
like Brenda
them.
Said it's my name's public knowledge, but
yes.
Who's
so
made it public?
So if they can get out of this avatar and get into the reality of you, they will. Yeah. And
that's fine, right? They know my name and all of that, but what they've done is they've associated that name with Flat Earth.
Yes.
Wrongly so.
Yeah.
So what they're doing is they've got my name, but they're attaching all sorts of other ridiculous stuff to it, which I don't think they should really have the right to be able to do, but they think because it's public, they can do whatever they want. And I've got people saying I'm evil.
Yeah. And these, in the grand scheme of things, these are petty tyrants, aren't they?
Ooh.
I guess there's some of them might have some power outside of this arena, maybe connections.
Well, if they can put you on a list, IP ban you, right? They've got you in some way on the digital age, and they tag whatever with you. You could. That's why you could be silenced on the algorithm on Google, whatever. Who knows?
Yeah, the crazy thing in this arena is that, we here, primarily you, because it seems to be, anybody that says horizontal is a Bevite, which is totally ridiculous. They have to round up all the builders in the country, all the carpenters, and put them into some camp or something. But both sides of the arena are doing that, both playing that victimization game and putting anybody associated with it's not to, because you're not at fault, it's just people have ideas, people have thoughts, you have conversations, and then you come to some different ideas, or step outside of yourself a bit, and have a different viewpoint. But just for that, both sides are putting, let's say, us into, because I don't know whether I don't see myself within the avatar that's been built for me, but maybe it's a proud thing to say you're a Bevite in these days. I mean, yeah, the dissidents of the past were.
Well, that's the weird thing, right? I'm not too sure what they're talking about. Because I'm just talking about stuff in reality that I can prove.
Yeah.
Anybody
that's
knows they can come over, have a conversation with us, and talk about the very thing that we're talking about right here. But it's not for being public. You have to come to the Discord. I'm not too sure. I mean, hopefully if Kevin comes in a bit, we can get over these things. But there's some really bad times coming if this general rule is carried on. There's some dire consequences on the way.
Yeah, I can see how this could play out, and that's not from a paranoid viewpoint, because I might take aversive action to avoid it, but if you see it coming.
Yeah, I think that's what Jared might have been given a glimpse of it. What's it?
Yeah,
definitely seems like certain people have, let's say, they're jumping ship, right? But I mean, I have no ship to jump. I'm not a flat earther. I've never been a flat earther.
No.
So, like, it's of no consequence to me, but yet this other group of people, they're still adamant that I'm evil and I've done something wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems mad that, you can't say, what do you mean by an antipodal flat earth that's sandwiched together? That's off limits. It seems a strange thing to not be able to ask, what do you mean by that? That would have some coherent understanding, some picture I could paint in my head of what somebody's saying and go, oh yeah, that makes sense, or bloody hell, that's ridiculous. But why to be silenced for asking that question when these people say they have the truth, but they don't want to share the truth or tell you how the truth works, or say truth fears no investigation and then plays music over any truth you might possibly be saying. It's a mad world. So I don't feel any more secure in this arena in that sense than I would talking to politicians or media personalities or people who are pulling the strings. Even if they're having strings pulled themselves. The faces we see that are supposedly making the rules and not claiming its freedom.
The problem is that it's within the arena of whatever you're battling with or anything, right? If you're talking about it from the periphery, you seem to be able to get away with it. The moment you enter that arena, the battlefield, that's where things change. And I guess by us asking questions of those people directly, that's the arena, right? That live thing where they have to be able to do that thing, which is why everyone, I say, come to Discord. It's the best place for those conversations, because they're a lot more. I mean, you get time to think that you don't tend to get in live shows, right? People want to be entertained. Constantly.
Yeah, there's no real pressure. Well, certainly, I don't know. Some of the Discords I go in, there is a lot of pressure because there's lots of pile-ons from people, but not here. I mean, this is, it's not really like that. Very different place, but I mean, that's how it should be.
Yeah, I mean, what I see is a lot of trouble in the, in society, in general. And I see a lot of troubled minds. I see a lot of people, I don't know, in trouble, right? You resort into methods to numb whatever it is, the pain, the alcohol, drugs. There's a multitude of different ways that you can be distracted from reality, really. But I think the problem is there's a lot of contradictions out there, and nobody's taught how to deal with them or notice them. And if you do start to notice them, then the moment you start asking questions of anybody within that particular arena when you've spotted something, you will meet resistance. It's how you deal with that. Because I know within a certain arena there's a lot of problems and a lot of ways that people can gaslight. And if I didn't have all my faculties when I came into this arena and fully understood what I was doing when I came into it, if you wander into it unprepared, who knows what can happen? I think people should be made aware of what's going on, but then again, I don't think there's a lot of people who can be aware.
Yeah, I mean, how many people do you come across really in your time who are, well, I mean, I guess that's a bit egotistical possibly to think you are aware enough to notice everybody else, but like-minded people even, just, on your level where you are. They are few, and particularly in this kind of, this kind, not just this topic, but
somebody's just put in the chat anti-FE for life, right? Well, when I first started this, I wasn't anti-FE at all, and maybe that's the downfall, right? I mean, I wasn't a flat earther, but I wasn't anti-FE. I thought, people are just people. Like, why not have a conversation with them and see where they are and where they're at? But over the years, I mean, the Globers have always been the same, right? They've been started off with Fight the Flat Earth calling me a child abuser. So it doesn't get much worse than that, right? So that's where the Glober started, and they're pretty much at the same place. There's no difference. But I thought with the Flat Earthers, I thought, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, because these guys are calling me child abusers. So it's those guys that sort of drive you towards the flat earth, because you can't talk to them if they're calling you a child abuser. Like, who seriously, why would you go to that person to ask him a question? So you just go into an arena and found a false dichotomy, started talking to the flat earthers, and they just about let you down every step of the way, to be honest.
Yeah.
From meeting Emma at first, and that was probably I would say that's one of the turning points of my life, really. Meeting Emma, but then watching what they did to Emma, and how the whole arena around that, how that developed. Along with the other stuff as well, the child abuse coming from the Globe guys. But the Flat Earthers showed no support to Emma at all. Even though she was, when I originally said to Emma, I said, I'm going to use you, Emma, to go and talk to all of these people. Because Emma was the superstar.
She was connected.
She was right in the heart of it.
Yeah.
Well, at least that's the way I saw it, right? I mean, I was new and fresh to the entire arena, but that's how I saw Emma, as a central figure into that whole thing. But who did they ditch that? It's changed,
I mean, that's
immensely.
It's shocking that, I think. Yeah, group of people who don't support each other. Yeah, I was just, interested in the subject. Thought, oh, well, I'll just go and find out about it. And is it rubbish? Is it real? What's going on? What are they saying? And I mean, it just began asking questions, because it was said that this was being offered an alternative reality. So I kind of wanted to know and try and find out if it did fit, if it fits within my reality. Is that a possibility? Because if you look at things, you've got to look at them, haven't you? You can't just go, oh, first thing you hear and you think, oh, that sounds rubbish, they're a load of nutters, and that's what you tell everybody from that time forward. You've got to kind of work it out. It took some time to begin to try and hear some people who had some intelligent input into it. So I was thinking, there must be some people who are talking to physicists and things like that, who have a serious response to it, and
what physicists did you talk to?
I wasn't talking to them. I was looking for content that was from people who weren't just people who didn't really know what they were talking about.
Yeah, there's no physicists in this arena, is there, Brenda? I mean, is there any physicists on Discord that you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, which one? Which servers are they in?
The Glober servers.
Which ones?
Well, you've been there.
Yeah, which ones? Tell us.
You've been there. You know which one.
Fight the Flat Earth's banned. I'm banned from that. I can't talk to physicists.
Globe Gangster, you've been in that.
Globe Gangsters, the left Globe Gangsters, yeah.
There's several physicists.
Is there?
Yeah.
Who are they?
I don't remember their names. Professor Parks, PhD Tony, he's a physicist. Professor Phil Bell, he's a physicist, isn't he?
Not professor, isn't he?
He's a school teacher.
Professor Phil Bell.
Yeah.
He's a professor.
He's a school teacher.
He's a professor.
Well, I mean, he calls himself a professor.
Oh, you call yourself a surveyor too, and you're not that.
No, either. I don't.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Well, you misheard it. I've never heard that said. And that's not just, being here and supporting it, but I've never heard that said. I've heard other people say that, but they've always said he's got a basic certificate in land surveying. He's never said anything more than that. Never said he was a chartered surveyor or a licensed surveyor, ever.
2 weeks. He took 2 weeks, right?
It doesn't matter. He's never lied about what it was.
What took 2 weeks, Brenda?
Didn't you just have a certificate? And I'm not even sure you completed the course.
2 years, Brenda. 2 years.
Huh? 2 years.
2 years.
So?
Not 2 weeks. There's a difference.
You've displayed your certificate, and there's been something funky about it the whole time. People
have you done any surveying training or have any expertise in surveying?
How's that relevant to what?
Hang on, is Brenda one of those people that thinks that the final experiment was fake? He thinks certificates posted on the internet are fake, so you must be one of those people like Flatzoid's panel who thinks everything's fake, yeah?
So I was talking about Bev.
Yeah, I know, Brenda. I was listening, everybody heard you. But you're one of those that think everything on the internet is fake, yeah?
I was simply talking about Bev.
And you just repeat things that you've heard. Like could you point to one time that you've ever heard Bev say he's a surveyor?
I was just talking about Bev.
Mm-hmm. But can you point to a time? A timestamp, anything, any screenshot? I mean, even those can be faked. If a certificate can be faked, Brenda, anything can be faked these days. Surely you've got something where Bev says he's a surveyor, right?
I was just talking about
Yeah,
that.
no, so it's all bullshit and you just made it all up. Just like one of those
I was
globe-obsessed
I was just
globers.
talking about Bev.
Yeah. hmm
Yeah,
We
I'm
all
just
we all
talking
got
about
that, Brenda. So you've
Yeah,
got nothing to back it up. No, nothing substantial to back up your claims.
I'm just talking about Bev. That's all.
Yeah, you're just talking about someone with, you're just talking shit. So does that mean it's okay for me now to shit about you?
No, I was just
And can
talking
I
about
just
Bev.
make things up about you, Brenda, with nothing to back it up? You wouldn't like that, would you? So why do you do it to other people? Cat got your tongue?
Just talking about Bev.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fine example of how an avatar, a personality, can be manufactured. For Brenda to come here and to say those things because he wants other people outside to hear that and repeat that. No foundation. Just let's paint this color so everybody sees this color. Say this word so everybody repeats this word. Without any foundation to it at all. None.
It was that backing though, Brenda, that gave me the ability to know that level is horizontal. Right? I mean, I know I was probably wrong in saying it to the people that I did. Right? And I bet you still find it a bit too much because you're within the false dichotomy. But I mean, it is a fact in reality that a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And that can be proved.
Yeah, that's
in
no, it can't
reality.
be. No, that's false.
Well, how you say that? I mean, you have been saying that, and you will continue to say that, but it's baseless.
No, it isn't.
You've got no reason to say that. Well, I mean, I suppose there may be some reason for you to say that, but I mean, it is baseless in the end. It's only a model that makes you say that.
How do you figure it's baseless? How do you figure it's baseless?
Well, because
It's
when I
thing
say
that Brenda can't back up.
yeah, it's when I say it's provable, that means that I have the ability to be able to prove it. In fact, I have already proved it to myself. That's how I have the ability to say that.
Yeah, you've never done that, right?
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
That's why I say I've proved it to myself. I've already done that.
Yeah, you lie, but you haven't actually done it. Right?
What's the lie?
What? That a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal?
Yeah, what's the lie about that?
It's not true. He hasn't proved that that's true. Right, Bev?
But you do know that a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
That's your claim. That's your claim, but you haven't proven your claim.
It's not really my claim. My claim is no, Brenda. My claim is that I have the ability to prove that.
But you haven't done it.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't. You say you have, but you lie. You haven't done it.
Well, no, you just say that I lie, but
no,
I mean that doesn't stop the test from being there, and me have actually performing that test to be able to prove that to myself.
You didn't do the test. You didn't do it.
What's the truth in your assertion, Brenda?
That he didn't do it.
Where is the truth of that?
In the fact that he didn't do it.
Where's your truth?
We've already established that Brenda can't back anything up at all. Nothing. So at this point, Brenda is just talking shit about Bev for the sake of talking shit about Bev. Everybody, there was a lot of people that watched it happen, so I'm not entirely sure. Brenda, have you got anything to back up the fact that Bev hasn't done what you think he... Okay, where's that one?
Bev was on with I can science that and refused to give the evidence
that a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. And in fact, Bev, you ran away when he demanded that you provide proof. You ran away.
Do you have that evidence, Brenda, right now to
It's
post?
recorded in the videos where he talked.
Do you want to timestamp it then?
No, I don't think I have to.
So again, you don't have anything to back up what you just said.
I just did.
It's almost like there's a pattern with you, Brenda. You just say something, anything. It could be anything, and you have nothing to back it up.
Did Bev talk to I Can Science that?
Is it time we turn the tables and talk shit about Brandon?
Is it?
Yes,
is
I
it
did.
video
I
on
did
the
talk
internet?
to him. We called
Yes.
him the spaghetti scientist.
Yes, I'm thinking
because
of that.
that's what
that
he
series,
does. That's his
it's
proof.
It's a series of videos, right? It's a series of videos, and you told him that a level was a tool for establishing a horizontal,
which it is,
and he said, "No, it isn't. You have to prove that."
Weird,
and you
it?
refused. You refused to do that. You refused to give him the proof, and in fact, you ran away.
Well, he refused to say whether it either was or wasn't, because the problem really, Brenda, is that you have never done any surveying whatsoever. So you know nothing about the tools. Now, there's a process. When you buy an auto level, right, you can't just get it delivered to the front of your house and, in the box and get it out. Start using it. It needs to go through a process of calibration. Now that process, Brenda, assures you that the tool, when in proper working condition and in the right setup, establishes a horizontal plane of reference. You know that because it's certificated.
Is a level a tool for establishing a horizontal?
Yes, Brenda.
Where is your proof? Nowhere.
Do you really want to go? I don't think you're ready for it, Brenda. I don't think you have the mental capacity to be able to comprehend the proof.
All you have are words.
Okay,
that's all you have is words.
Can I try then to start off with the process, Brenda? Just give us,
What I would like is your proof that a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. That's your claim, and you failed to do that with I Can Science That, and you're failing to do it now.
I'm trying to get to the point of, if you've got 2 points, just 2 points, of an equal elevation, right?
Are you with me? This is an empirical.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to get you through this, working you through from the basics, the conceptualization.
It's not something you can demonstrate with words.
It is, because I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to show you, Brenda, and everybody else listening, the process involved in being able to do it
in reality.
Proof.
You can't do it here in Discord talking. You have to go out and show that a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal.
It's a shame you missed all those videos where Bev did exactly that. And I mean, you could go out and watch someone build a wall using tools to show that it's horizontal.
Yeah, but
have you ever seen anything like that before, Brandon? Apparently not, because you don't think it's possible. And you're basically claiming that Bev has done nothing, when if you take 5 minutes and go back through his videos, I'm sure you'll find it somewhere.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty ironic, Brenda, that you can sit here and say that Bev can't use words to prove it.
Yeah.
You can just come. Hold on, dear. But you can come. Talk over me.
Yeah. You're just gonna be a dick. That's all you're gonna do.
It's because Brenda knows you're right.
It's all you have.
Brenda.
It's all you have. This is all you have. Right?
Here we go with the projection from Brenda. This is all you have. The only thing you've got, Brenda.
I'll get your channel. I'll get your channel taken down.
Hang on,
I'll
get your channel taken down.
No. And this.
Yes, I will. I will get your channel taken down.
Really?
I will get it. I will get your server taken down.
Wow, and the server is
Oh, you're offended now. Oh,
Brenda,
you're so offended.
No, Rad. Brenda just said that Brenda was going to get the server taken down.
Yeah, on the channel.
And
What
the
for?
channel.
What was offensive? No Red's voice.
Nothing was offensive. NORAD was just saying what I'd been saying.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
Brenda can just come in and say, no, you haven't done anything with words. But then when Bev is trying to describe it to Brenda says, no, you can't use words to prove it. It's,
unfortunately for you, NORAD. Unfortunately for you, NORAD, Brenda will use that because you jumped in. Brenda was tolerating me just enough, right? Because Brenda can't go away and say, "Oh, Emma was mean to," it's just you. Unfortunately, NORAD. You are the wrong. I don't know if I'm allowed to even say this anymore, but you're the wrong gender.
Well, they were talking about dicks.
Well,
I
think Brenda brought up
sword
dicks first,
fighting.
to be fair.
Yeah, you and Brenda sword fighting. I saw it.
Dick wars.
No thanks. Count me out of that.
Hey, Brenda brought the dick out first.
Yeah, got it tucked away first. Had a bit to find it.
Brenda, I'm so sorry, but you suck at this. You have nothing to back up what you say. You just talk shit. And you're lucky. I mean, we could have done the same in response to Brenda, but we're a little bit above that, Brenda.
I quite like Brenda. I know a lot of people don't. But, as long as you don't, it's not triggered, then you try and keep away from all of the triggers. And obviously,
my favorite part about Brenda
came out.
is how well Brenda handles criticism. That's my favorite part of Brenda.
A level, can you imagine being in the position where a level is a tool being establishing a horizontal plane of reference becomes a nuh-uh? You're not even allowed to say it.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Which is what I actually did want to go over. Was it Kevin in? And then Brenda get offended at Brenda. He was in here.
Oh, let me just...
I will be back later. Oh. What's that? Question for Brenda. Mobius. I'm not too sure Brenda's going to be back again. It seems to do short sessions at the minute. That one earlier was 20 minutes. That one's
Yeah, I think Brenda's a bit lost like the rest of them. Brenda's kind of just wandering around a bit, but nobody debates, trying to pick up some arguments, goes over on Zetetic Warrior and pops in there with that other, I can't remember the other guy.
Jane or something.
Jane, Sarah, Nancy, something like that. Anyway, yeah, and just goes on there, has sort of 10 minutes of fame, and then wanders off somewhere else and pops his head up.
It's weird though, right? Whenever they say, in order for you to make a proof, even if you're doing a mathematical proof or whatever, right? The first line is you state what is to be proved.
Yeah.
And that's where it seems to fail. They know I want proof of it. It's but yeah, I know that's... You say this is what I'm going to prove. Now, in order for you to be able to prove it to somebody, you have to sort of explain what it is that you're going to prove. Surely that's the concept of mathematics, at least in my understanding. You make it as simple as possible and to show people what you're going to prove. Then you go on and prove it in a way that, it relates to what you've just said you're going to prove. Better your rhetoric, i.e. the words that you use, the better you're able to describe what it is you're going to be doing. And But there seems to be a breakdown in the communication, mainly around the words. And I'm thinking, we've been going over this for a bit. It's about the identity of, that's what the words are, the identity of the things that you're dealing with. And they don't want to talk about it. Brenda doesn't want to talk about horizontal concept of what it is, or, to understand what is to be proved.
Semantics.
That's what they claim. I mean, Flatsoid... Jerem was going over a clip, we were listening to it earlier, of when Will Duffy came on to ask Flatsoid where he would put the South Pole. And Flatsoid's reply was, that's just semantics. I mean, meaning the use of the words. I mean, in a technical sense, yeah, it is semantics, but that's what he's trying to get at. What location would you place it? You can say it in many different ways, but the words do have meaning.
And placement.
Mobius says, when the extent of your argument for everything is, but 'tis globe, who needs anything else? It's right, you don't need anything other than 'tis globe.
Just write it up.
Yeah, it's an answer. It's an answer all thing. But really, hopefully we'll get round to it. It's God. You've placed it as your God. And all of those things that you can't explain because you don't have the words, you give that to your
it's
God.
Religion. Mysterious.
The idea of religion, I think, is a concept that you're given a religion by your parents. The shadows give you that religion. But is that really your religion? I think you have to go and find it yourself. You have to search it. Well, but not many people are like willing to go on that journey. It's a journey not many take.
So if you look at religion as a set of practices, pure and simply, just practices, habits. Politics is a religion. Sports are a religion. I mean organized sports, the ones that make money. All that stuff has its whole paradigm of profit. Those are all religious because they want you to focus on them, participate in them, root for them, pay into them, pay tribute, speak well about them, be fanatical about them, and defend them. So anything, whether it's your politics or your diet or your entertainment, everything can become or can be boiled down to a religious experience for you, for any human being anywhere.
Yeah, it depends on your model of religion. But again, religion becomes it's just a word. It's what you associate with that word. Like you have to do that yourself. Nobody can give that to you. They can, you can grasp it from a book or whatever. I mean, but the actual meaning of religion to you is whatever you associate the word to it. It's the same as anything, really. I mean, give any word enough power, as long as it, especially if it hasn't got an actual meaning. If you can't place anything to it, then You can place anything to it, in a way,
It has many
paradoxical.
applications. Because even capitalism can become a religion.
Are you back for doing some more reporting, Brenda, or did you just nip away to report us for a bit in the hopes that it's coming down? I mean, should we have you around here? I mean, are you safe to have around here, or was that just you snapping?
I didn't do anything.
No. Do you have people listening to orders that are doing it for you?
What?
Do you have people out there that get offended for you? And were you like dog whistling for them to do it for you?
You're so paranoid.
Well, I'm just going off the words that you use, Brenda. Can we trust the words that come out of your mouth, or is it all just meaningless? Is having you here meaningless exercise? Are you just waiting to get triggered?
No, I didn't do anything.
No, but you did say you would.
Yeah, what was it that led to your outburst? What was it that...
Your sexual abuse of me.
Me?
What? What were you doing?
Hang on. I'm sorry, Brenda. Could you back that up?
Yeah, like Emma here. She's very abusive sexually to me.
Are you insane?
No. Harassment of a person because they're transgender is legally sexual abuse.
Could you point out exactly where that happened, please, Brenda? Timestamp.
It's in you. It's when you harass me.
So I've actually said nothing to you. I've just called you out on your bullshit, and now you've decided to use something against me, which is false, which just shows that you're a disgusting human being.
So
no matter what gender you are, Brenda.
Yeah. So when you attack me because of my gender status.
Yeah. Could you point out where that happened?
When you attack me because of my gender status.
Could you point out where that happened?
So again, you attack,
could you point out where that happened?
Yeah, like this right now. This is abuse.
Yeah, no, this is just asking you to back up your claim.
It's you being abusive.
I think now you're being abusive to me. So who wins out of this?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you do. How do you win, Brenda, when nothing has been done to you? So far, you've been allowed to come in. You've been allowed to speak. You've been allowed to talk absolute bullshit with nothing to back it up. And then you've gone away and gone, how can I be even more annoying? Do you know what? I'm going to go back and tell some more lies and bullshit. And that's exactly what you're doing now. Unless you can timestamp something where I've been mean to you based on your gender, where I have not.
Always.
Doesn't matter what gender you are.
Every interaction you've had with me has been you being butthurt because I'm transgender.
Do you not like other women holding you to account, Brenda?
You are insecure in your own femininity.
Oh yeah, I'm very insecure.
Absolutely, Brenda. This wouldn't be any projection going on here at all. Right?
No, I'm not insecure.
Was your abuse of Bev earlier, was that gender based as well?
What
I think so.
I called him out on his lies.
So was that gender based? Were you?
No, it wasn't.
How would we know that?
If it was gender based, you would know that, right?
Oh, by not being gender based, you know it.
So the point is that in the law, when you harass somebody over their gender status, that is considered sexual harassment.
Well, you'd have to come up with some evidence for that.
Brenda, do you...
Hang on. Evidence and the fact that you've come into a public server. You can leave any time. You don't need to speak to me. Okay? You're free to go anytime. That's a you issue. Okay? There's no abuse going on. But feel free to leave if you think that's the case. And then you don't need to come back, Brenda.
You are permitted, you are allowed to have the server at the pleasure of Discord. You signed a contract.
Who has the server?
You-
I don't
you-
have the server.
Well, whoever owns it signed a contract. You signed a contract.
Okay, and what's that got to do with anything apart from
There-
you talking
the
out of your ass,
contract-
Brenda?
The contract has terms of service. If you break those terms, you lose the right to the server.
Do you know what? I might send this whole discussion to Discord and see what
do
they
that.
think.
Yeah,
Because
you do
I
that.
think
You do that.
that they will actually take everything that's happened in here and go, I've got no idea what Brenda was talking about. Brenda was talking shit and Brenda
Yeah,
got called
you
out
do.
for it.
You go,
How
you do
about
that.
you go in the politics server and try this? Because you will get
Go ahead.
you will get abuse in there, right?
Actually,
Here,
that's-
you have not been abused. You have just been held to account for the fact that you talk shit about people and have nothing to back it up with, right?
Would you like to know what actually happens in the politics Discord server? What
Yeah,
actually
well,
really
where
interested,
does
Brenda.
where does
I'd like
Jaren
to-
sit? Where
I'd
does
like to-
is
I'm not
Jaren an
interested-
okay for you? Is Jaren an okay
I'm
guy
not
now for
talking
you?
about Jaren.
No, yeah, but this is the point.
Yeah, I'm not.
You know,
talking
I mean,
about
where
that.
does have you forgiven him
Elder,
or what's the
be quiet.
situation?
Be
No,
quiet.
because
Be
I've
quiet.
heard many people who have abused you
Yeah,
concerning your gender.
yeah.
Okay, really badly. You've done
Yes,
nothing about
yes.
that.
Emma has in the past. Yes.
But Emma
the
didn't
past.
today,
Yes.
Brenda. And you,
Yes.
do
So,
you
I
get
want to-
offended at Emma talking
get
to
to-
you, Brenda? Because
do
I
I
mean,
get to-
that's not going to go very far. If you
Do I get
actually
to
get
talk?
offended at Emma talking,
Do you think people should be offended when other
I'm-
people say offensive things?
I'm
Dad?
asking you now, Brenda.
Do you get
offended at Emma talking?
Do you get offended when people accuse you of child abuse?
No, because it's a load of bullshit.
Yes, you do.
But there
Yes,
is
you
a
do.
Discord
Yes-
server with
yes,
a
you
room
do.
where they do that.
Brenda's
they-
trying to weasel out of
Yeah.
everything by
Do you
changing
get
the subject.
offended at Emma talking, Brenda? Come on.
Yes, she's very
You
offensive.
do get offended at Emma
Yeah.
talking. So we wouldn't want you to feel offended. So I'd suggest you leave the premises because Emma is a moderator here and
It doesn't
she's
give
going to
you
have the
the
right
right
to talk whenever she
That
wants.
doesn't give you the right to break the terms of service.
No, you can't
Please
just
point
walk
out-
into a
Nobody
Discord
gives
and
you
say,
that
I get
Nobody
offended
broke
at this
the
person
It doesn't
talking.
give you that right.
You
And-
Nobody broke
muppet.
the TOS.
And when I go onto politics Discord, guess what? The mods back me, not the
Again,
other.
Brenda's got nothing to back up
They back
the
me up.
claims.
They tell the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
persons to knock it off, or they will harm.
Well,
the
I'm not
server.
going to tell Emma to stop talking because you, Brenda,
Then
get
there's a
offended at Emma
possibility-
talking.
Then there's a possibility you could
Wow,
lose.
Brenda,
server.
why are you shutting down another woman from speaking?
Gets
Why do you
offended
have
by it.
problem with why do you have a problem with another woman standing up to you?
That offended, it can't answer.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. I think it's like Women's Week or Day or whatever it was international.
super
I mean,
chat.
yeah, this is great.
Do you
just
want to
putting
read
down
this?
another woman?
Do you want to read that super chat, Emma? Because I think it's like it should be coming from
Okay.
you.
Oh, Brenda left. That's a shame.
Well, he's still listening.
Okay, so Godzilla says for 10, I'm guessing that's dollars, yeah. Things said cannot hurt you physically, Brenda. If they do, that's on you. Fence is always taken, never given. Grow back a pair, for fuck's sake. Also, more free money for Bev.
Thank you, Gwards. Thank you. But I mean, you know, imagine getting offended at somebody else talking. I mean, I know there's a lot of people, especially in Brenda's camp. Brenda's the spokesperson.
That was just because I had her stumped the first time. I had Brenda stumped the first time. Brenda had to come back afterwards. Brenda went away I thought, right, what can I do to get the upper hand here? Because apparently Brenda doesn't like other women getting the upper hand. Strange, I know.
Thinks we can take the Discord server off us because Brenda gets offended at another woman talking. That's ridiculous. And
Whatever became of sisterhood?
You know that if this either this YouTube channel or this Discord channel get taken down, it's for that. That give you the sign that society is fucked.
And again, the server or the whoever's running the thing, they're gonna want evidence, not just Brenda's say so.
Somebody's put Brenda in the position where Brenda thinks just say whatever they want. Silence him.
Getting offended to a whole other level.
Silence her. How dare that woman talk to me?
It was the fact that it was sexual abuse was the first.
Okay,
but
Elder
thing is,
Bear as well.
I think as well, if you say some of these words on a live tube, on a YouTube live,
yeah,
they do demonetize.
They get
right.
tagged.
But yeah, the joke is on Brenda because is it going to be monetized anyway?
Yeah.
Nope.
A while back, there was a big spat with Jared on his show, where Brenda was banned, and Jared insisted that he should be called the king of the world. I'm the king of the world. That's what I identify as, and you must now, address me as king of the world every time you come on here. If you need me to address you in the terms you need to be addressed in, and it's a whole big thing. And Brenda was banned, and there was. Another place where they had a poll. Brenda would come in and they'd have a poll in the chat whether Brenda should be kicked out or not. A lot of stuff's going on, but let's say
and
I guess
not abuse?
I guess Jaren's in the safe camp now. It's all okay,
Yeah,
but that never happened today. None of that stuff that Brenda was saying happened at all. I've heard it loads of times. I thought, gee, that's wasn't Brenda doesn't seem, particularly for men. Well, it is for men. I don't hear women ever do that. Haven't heard any women. Maybe it's happened, but I haven't heard it. It's generally men who are having a good old dig at Brenda. And yeah.
Well, the whole thing is really that they turn it into about sex because they're transgender when they refuse to acknowledge that it's their behavior that is being addressed, not their gender or trans status.
I don't think of Brenda like that anyway.
It's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Oh, Kevin's back.
Nobody referred to Brenda as an it or a trans or anything deplorative at all. It was behavior and the fact that there was no backup to the claim, et cetera, et cetera. Just as Emma said, there was nothing offensive about it. It was just truthful. And she wasn't being cruel. She was just being truthful and blunt.
It is modern day victim status, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what has been taught.
That's how it goes.
And if the kids keep getting taught it, I mean, Brenda's at an age, right?
I don't know.
Of a greater age than me.
Whenever Brenda appears where Oakley is, Oakley just refuses to talk to Brenda. Says you've accused me of child abuse and wants to get my kids taken away. I'll never speak to you.
Yeah.
That's that level there.
Yeah, he's done that.
Brenda goes back every time for more. It's no channel taken down there.
And same thing happened in Dell's whole channel. Brenda became persona non grata and always would come in and insult everyone, but especially Dell. And he told her, "Don't come back. I'm going to ban you."
Don't know whether this goes in ties in nicely. Are you back, Kev?
With Brenda, it's I can say what I want, but nobody else can say what they want.
There's a lot of that going round. Sadly, something
I don't
like Brenda
call that.
says, it's something that you just have to put up with, right? They've got files with your name on it. You just got to put up with it. There's a whole channel on a Discord somewhere dedicated to you with your name in it. You just got to deal with it. There could be 10 Discord channels dedicated to recording everything that you say. I don't know why, but
I'm pretty sure that the government has it on everybody, because that's the whole point of getting people to talk and speak their minds, is so they can figure out how you think and what motivates you, and so that they can throw it at you later for whatever reason to get what they want from you, what cooperation they want. This is good old commie hat tactics.
yeah, no Rad wants to make a move on Brenda.
And we don't have to play along.
Is that what it says? No. Can we move on from Brenda? Are you round, Kev? Are we? Can we get going on this? No. Apparently not.
I think he's on a phone call. And no, I'm definitely not making moves on Brenda.
I thought you were asking for permission to. As like I say, I like talking to people, and I find Brenda fascinating. Brenda taught us about diletheism, and that's one of the steps, you know. I don't think I'd be where I'm at if we hadn't have met Brenda. It might have took us an extra, few years until we found someone that was able to open up so fully like Brenda does.
I like reasoning with people, but some people can't be reasoned with.
Clearly. It's all sorts of different people take it all sorts of different ways. I always say you've got something to learn from everyone. Yeah. Saying level is horizontal does some strange things to people. It does in modern day. And you should be very careful as to who you say that to.
Pretty much.
Because saying it to the wrong person, I mean, really, just keep it to professional standards. Don't just go around saying it to, people who clearly have no, I mean, you would know that if you were to say it to someone like Brenda, then you possibly be weaponizing it. And I've been dealing with that for quite a bit. How to deal with the introduction of these sort of things into modern life. You really have to choose your timing a bit more thoroughly, I think.
Well, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
That's good timing. So, because it's very relevant, right? This idea of these. I mean, most people, I don't think that you're into it as much as I am, and but I'm noticing this. I've been noticing it for quite a while. This idea of that, I mean, everybody's heard of the Spanish Inquisition, right?
Yep.
Fluffy pillows, high back chairs, old women, Monty Python. But we've got Kevin here. You've done a bit of this sort of stuff as well, Constance, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of the Inquisition, because when I'm coming at this as a fresh to it, if you will, like always. So let's say we don't know what Inquisition is. We know we've heard of the Spanish Inquisition, and it's something to do with the Pope or something, and maybe you've got a bit of it through the Three Musketeers. Cardinal Richelieu and all of that sort of stuff, right? But the idea of the actual Inquisition, let me get it up on the screen for everyone. There you go. So we'll go on a journey. Hopefully Kevin will catch up with us.
I'm sorry, I fell off.
Right, so the Inquisition, the way I was looking at this sort of stuff this morning, this is like a Catholic thing, but the idea of Inquisition was a Catholic judicial procedure where the ecclesiastical judges could initiate, investigate and try cases in their jurisdiction. Popularly it became named for various medieval and Reformation era state organised tribunals whose aim was to combat heresy, apostasy, blasphemy, witchcraft and customs considered to be deviant. Using this procedure, violence, isolation, torture, or the threat of its application been used by the Inquisition to extract confessions and denunciations. Right? So that's the idea. It's a lot of serious stuff, but exactly what? Reformation, right? Medieval state-organised tribunals. For what? Right, so a few words, right? Heresy. Heresy there. What does it say? Heresy denotes the formal denial or doubt of a core doctrine of the Christian faith, as defined by one or more of the Christian churches. It's just a denial. Now,
or disagreement.
Well, yeah. Interesting story, right? That came around. Elderbear was talking to one of the flat earthers, but it's one of these the ones that use the biblical context against, right? So I think these are the sort of people that Will Duffy's thinking, why would I want these sort of people in the church? So it becomes an internal struggle within the church because there are certain different factions within this. So this guy says to Elderbear, are you around, Elderbear? You perhaps can.
Yeah, I'm here. Carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do it, or can you do it? Right?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Carry on, and then
So,
just bits that I can add, I will.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Cool.
So the idea is that this guy says to Elderbear, if you read the Bible, right, and interpret it, then you're at risk of being a heretic, Because
Revelations, he said specifically. He was talking about Revelations.
It doesn't really matter. It's
somewhere,
anything, isn't it? Like it's
I didn't know it was specific to that for the biblical people. I didn't, that it might be specific. I don't know.
If you translate it like wrongly or whatever, right? If you translate it, then you're at risk of becoming a heretic for his heresy, right? Because you've done that. Then he says, "Have you ever read the Bible?" And at that moment, what's your answer meant to be? Because if you interpret it wrongly, then you could be a heretic. And this guy who's just told you that is going to be able to use those sort of things against you. So the best answer is just to not read it. Like, no, I it's best to just not read it. But does that sort of become... Are you then going to be able to be a denier of something that he deems... which he then be able to call you a heretic as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I said, why should I read that? Because I'll then be at danger of being held to the law that you believe in your head, that you're ruled by. And now I have something I never had. I didn't have this issue. Now you want me to take on this thing that you believe and to have the issue too, and then be, forever damned. Forever, possibly. Better I not read it.
There was, what was that guy, it was a Thomas of Becket, who the King Henry was trying to get him to support his desire to divorce and not, so he left the Catholic Church and formed his own church so that he could do whatever he wanted and not have to deal with the and that one said, as long as I don't speak out against him, I think I'm on safe ground. And then the king started pressing for agreement and support, and Thomas kept declining to participate. And he had Thomas killed. And Thomas then before he died, he opens his mouth and goes, "I got something to say." And he just let it all come pouring out. Because he was trying to not be a hypocrite while the king was being a heretic or whatever. And he thought he'd avoid losing his life and his property if he could just keep his mouth shut about it. And the king was not satisfied with that. I want you to align with me, support me, and justify me to my people.
That's quite late on, though, that, isn't it? I mean,
that is
this stuff goes
very dangerous territory.
Way back, right? It's because apostasy. Next one, right? Heresy. Yes. Sorted that. Now we're on to apostasy, which this will become a lot more familiar when I start reading this. This is Greek.
Yes, do go on.
It's apostasy is the formal disaffiliation from, abandonment of, renunciation of a religion by a person. Can also be defined within the broader context of embracing an opinion that is contrary to one's personal religious previous religious beliefs. One who undertakes apostasy is known as an apostate. Undertaking apostasy is called apostatizing, or apostatizing with a Z. It's also spelled apostatizing. The term apostasy is used by sociologists to mean the renunciation and criticism of, or opposition to, a person's former religion in a technical sense with no pejorative connotation. Occasionally, The term is also used metaphorically to refer to the renunciation of a non-religious belief or cause, such as a political party, social movement, sports team. Apostasy is not generally a self-definition. New former believers call themselves apostates due to the term's negative connotation. Many religious groups and some states punish apostates. This may be the official policy of a particular religious group, or it may simply be the voluntary action of its members. Such punishments may include shunning, excommunication, verbal abuse, physical abuse, or even execution. Well, hopefully we don't have to go as far as execution. Now, this one came to me because I think both Elder Bear and I went to go and talk to Jaren on Friday. Was it Friday? Thursday. Well,
Thursday it was.
Thursday, yeah. To go and talk, because we went over it on Friday, didn't we? We went out, so we went there to talk to him because of this very thing. Jaren's particular views of whatever have been a contrary, right? He's flipped, and now he's the one administering, like, because he called me a flat earther. He said, well, you're one of those different flat earthers or something like that. So he's the one assigning that now. I don't know whether his new group of people, because he is now an apostate. Jaren, according to these rules and these words in here, Jaren is now an apostate, a globe apostate, because he was a flat earther. He's given up flat earth and swapped to the other team. He's got a new sports team. So that's what I think in the idea of the Inquisition. The Inquisition's aim is to get people to toe the line for whatever is coming. Jaren is one of the first apostates. I mean, we've been saying "tis globe" for ages. I don't think they really... I mean, I've never been a flat earther. So I can't call myself an apostate. I'm sorry. I've always been on the globe. Whereas Jaren, I think so. Blasphemy. Have a look at blasphemy. Blasphemy refers to an insult that shows contempt, disrespect, lack of reverence concerning a deity. Pretty much the same. Brenda got offended earlier. An object considered sacred. Object. Once you objectify something within a model, then you can make it sacred. Or something considered inviolable. Some religions, especially Abrahamic ones, regard blasphemy as a crime. I've heard that. I've heard that you know, they've told me that I use the wrong globe, so I'm not allowed to use it. It's not something that I'm not allowed to do.
Don't start drawing any cartoons.
Okay. In the early history of the church, blasphemy was considered to show active disrespect to God and to involve the use of profane cursing or mockery of his powers. Well, if you... I'm not saying that people do this, but just imagine that if you put globe as that God, like your false idol. Maybe you've put Earth there, right? Let's say that, because I do say that the big E is a false idol. So you've placed that there as a false idol, then anyone to show disrespect to that can be considered as this blasphemy. The idea, the concept of it, at least, just existing. I mean, even if the person themselves is an atheist, has no God, you can still imagine blasphemous things about that being said about what you call, you know, people like Big E. There's a lot of people that like the Big E. That's an objectification of Earth as a whole, I would say. Capitalizing that E at the beginning. You're objectifying it. You're making it into a false idol.
An entity.
Yeah. So, I mean, these are, we can go into these eventually, right? This is a working theory, just going through all of this sort of stuff. Blasphemy, witchcraft, I mean, doesn't really need to be explained. Right, and then this is the bit that I wanted to get to down here. Inquisitions with the aim of combating religious sedition, e.g. apostasy or heresy, had their start in the 12th century Kingdom of France. Right? Sedition. Anyone? Sedition.
Because back then Christianity had been declared to be the world religion, or of the in their jurisdiction. That was to be the norm.
Right, well, this word is where things change a bit, right? Because the Inquisition is a thing about religion and the Pope and all of that. Well, we get into
sedition, take it into sort of politics. And that
this
kind
is
of area of things.
Law, and
that's where I've kind of when I think about sedition, I think about somebody opposing something militarily or a political thing, going against the group.
Yeah.
Not necessarily against, in a religious context. So, I mean, that could be true too, but that's how I think of it when I hear the word sedition.
On a ship, it would be mutiny.
I don't know whether there is a different one, but we'll go over this. Sedition is an overt conduct, such as speech or organisation, just a speech, right? Words that tends toward rebellion against the established order.
I'm back, by the way.
Okay,
finally.
okay.
Been a long day today.
Well, we've gone through heresy, apostasy, and sort of the beginnings of the Inquisition. Got to sedition now, right? And I said this is where it sort of leaps out of the religious connotations, and this is the way that people use religion, I think. This one particular word is one of the main uses of a religion, I think. That, when people think of religion, they think of how a religion gets control. As a broader aspect, right? When they're thinking of religion, they're thinking of a group or whatever. They're not thinking of the religion that they've taken on, like as a personal thing. They're thinking of how you become under control of, and the religion that people reel against is hidden behind these sort of things, I think. So, sedition is an overt conduct such as speech or organisation that tends towards rebellion against the established order. Sedition often includes subversion of a constitution and an incitement of discontent towards or insurrection against established authority. Maybe need to pack that up there a little bit, right? So what we've got is it's a speech or organisation that tends towards rebellion against the established order. I mean, what's that? What's the established order? Like,
well, usually it's a political construct.
Well,
yeah, usually it's a political construct, right? It's typically what sedition is used in reference to, but it can be in any construct where a perceived established order exists.
Yeah, and modern society has many, right? The established order of anything can be broken down into smaller groups, can't they, really? So this idea of this sedition could exist in any small group, right? If it exists in law, then it exists, right? It's a thing that is probably all around us, all over the place. And the closer you get to the upper echelons of established order, the more prevalent this is going to be. But it's always going to be there.
Well, because there's always an established authority. It's because it says it's a discontent toward or insurrection against established authority. There's always going to be an established authority.
Yeah, even if it's somebody like Flatsoid. Right, he's the established authority, obviously, because he's allowed to say whatever he wants. Or like
certain
Jaren.
people will say that, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
As far as Jaren is, when he's on his show called Jarenism,
he's the established authority.
He's the established order, yeah. He's the authority. Correct. Like same with Nathan Oakley, same with QE, same with anyone. Right? Maybe even you in your house.
Yes, agreed.
Right.
Well,
so
even as a parent, right, to a child.
Yeah.
You are the established authority.
Yeah.
Yes.
So sedition is something that sort of tends towards rebellion, but what's that? Like who decides that?
The established
authority, right? And obviously if the established authority gets a little bit triggered by anything, that can become something that could upset the established order. And it's where we get bad, right? It gets bad here because sedition may include any commotion, though not aimed at direct and open violence against the laws. Seditious words in writing are seditious libel. And a seditionist is one who engages or promotes the interest of sedition. But I mean, whew. Makes you really think. Because sedition is overt, it is typically not considered a subversive act.
I guess it depends who sets the rule of law and what's deemed to be seditious. At what level, whether it's speech, action, that could vary in different scenarios, I guess. From asking about horizontal to saying, let's bring down the government.
Seditio has often been proposed as the offence for which Jesus was crucified.
Yeah.
Inciting the people to rebellion, leading the people astray. But didn't Jesus say, like, don't follow me?
Yes, and he also said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's,
Yeah.
render unto God what is God's. And what was the established authority that Jesus was supposed to have performed sedition against? It was the religious. It was the religious established authority. That's the established authority.
Yeah.
That Jesus committed sedition against, and he did. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, he was undermining that. Obviously,
that is
don't
correct.
Don't want people to follow and join with that idea. Get too many people saying the same thing.
Yes,
things might go awry.
Plus, with Pilate and Herod, it was pointed out that he was being called the King of the Jews, and that's what they took issue with, the Romans. But the priesthood, the Sadducees and scribes and Pharisees were taking issue with him on internal stuff, and then they what's the word in English? Tattled on him on something that would interest the Roman justice. So that was wild. He's like, what do I have to do with this? Well, he said, they're calling him the King of the Jews, and they can't have that because Caesar was.
Yeah. I mean, just the concept, though. I mean, you don't even have to dwell on the character called Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's, I think you can look at this in two different ways. You can look at it as political. You can also look at it as religious, and you could see it both ways. But today, modern times, I think everything has become religious.
Yes, that was my point.
Everything has become religious.
And everything is offensive.
Yes, everything is offensive. Therefore, everything becomes a sedition because the established authority, whoever they may be, has become the ultimate religious established authority. And that extends to politics. It extends to social things, like I guess was being talked about with Brenda. Like I didn't stay too long for that. I had a phone call, but yeah, I think it extends to all of that. So in modern times, everything that goes against any perceived established authority is going to be seditious and warrant the punishment of sedition, by the way.
Yeah. And there's a better way to go about these things. And I think Jesus provided the example. Whereas Trump making an edict saying, I have a mandate, and everybody getting all up and crazy about it. My daughter and I, it doesn't affect us because I don't look at her that way and she doesn't see me that way anymore as an authoritarian. And I said, as long as you understand that I'm not advocating for any of that, I believe in walking in the law of love and listening to people and understanding and living and let live.
So who are the authoritarians today then?
Depending in which arena you stand.
But either way, you need to be, I think one needs to be prepared to be accused of sedition and having a inquisition against you. I think that's where Bev's going with this.
Yes, I'm seeing that because anything is an offense, and it's just a matter of whose department is going after you and what their jurisdiction is. They could haul you in for whatever reason, any reason whatsoever.
Or they could create a room of shame for you.
Yes.
With a file with your name in it, and then accuse you of being a child abuser.
They could say like Daniel, he goes and prays to his God 3 times a day. We caught him praying to his God when you put the edict out there by our suggestion, that you were the one that should be prayed to because you're the most magnificent of all emperors, and you can solve any problem, and people should be praying to you. It's that simple.
Yeah, I guess you don't need to be the authority. Maybe you just need
No.
the ear of the authority,
Exactly.
or to be within
The
that
accuser,
group of people who will, listen to your voice. So you can just drop a
the
name in
accuser
and
is ever
say,
ready.
"There's a witch over there."
If you're not for me, you're against me. Well, I'm not against you, but you're not for me. Okay, that's not good enough then.
Well, all one has to do is ask questions, seems, and that's not unheard of in history, because it's exactly what happened with Socrates. Asked too many questions, riled too many feathers, ended up drinking hemlock because of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or to not respond.
At what point does the Inquisition start? What comes first, right? The Inquisition or the heresy or the sedition? Like which
Neither.
is the key to it?
Neither. What comes first is the questioning, right? That's what comes first.
But is that classed as the sedition, right? Does somebody just say that question is seditious?
Not at first, right? It depends on the point at which the established authority feels threatened.
Yeah,
as long as the established authority
to say
that's right,
seditious.
that's correct. Yes, as long as that group, that established authority does not feel threatened, you may ask the questions that you want to ask. You can have discussions that you want to have discussions about. You could bring other people in and have the same discussions and ask the same questions. As soon as whatever the established authority is feels threatened, that's when the sedition and the Inquisition will begin.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Brenda claims sedition. Whether Brenda has any power, any ears to power, or voice to power, is whether that call will be answered.
Well, and where's Brenda heard that?
Yes,
right? There's other rooms, aren't there? Brenda's just the vocal one, but you can guarantee there's other people.
Oh, for sure, definitely, yeah.
But why does it happen? Why doesn't an established authority feel threatened? For what purpose do they feel threatened? Especially modern times, right? Are they threatened by words? Are they threatened by the questions? Are they threatened by certain physical actions? What are they threatened by?
Ideas.
They're threatened by the insecurity of their beliefs.
Bingo.
Yes.
I think you hit it right on the head, Elder Bear. And that's how you can tell that you're dealing with an actual religion.
Yep.
Right? Because if it's just a belief system and that's all you've structured your established authority on, once people start losing faith in that religion, for whatever reason, you're going to scream sedition. You're going to scream Inquisition. Because you can't have those people spreading those kinds of things about your blessed religion.
Yeah.
Whether it be an actual religion, one of the modern day religions, or whether it happens to be the medieval times religions, or it happens to be flat earth religion, or globe earth religion, or blue team religion, or red team religion. It doesn't really matter. Right? It applies to all of it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was like. These, let's call them contradictions, right? The things that trouble you, that need sorting, the issues that you have, right? Now, in all of this, and me and Kevin have talked about this, and no doubt we will. I'll talk about it much more because I'm more keen to talk about it. But my understanding is that I've found my religion, if you will, in the understanding that I found something that I won't go beyond, right? Nobody can tell me that I'm going to become an apostate, right? I've proved to myself that the straight line can be formed in reality on a plane, i.e. level is horizontal. So I have a proof of that. Now, there's not much that you could tell me to say it's not. But you could say that it was seditious, me saying level is horizontal. You saw how Brenda reacted to it.
Yep. Yep.
And certain people, if Brenda wants to imagine there's an authority that tells them that level isn't horizontal, then it's going to be seditious to say that level is horizontal.
Yes.
And that's the point that we're at, right? They are saying, well, they're saying that their inquisition, right, is rooting out people like me. But I've literally found my religion in this. I found a truth that I'm not willing to back down for, right? Pass me the hemlock. There's no way I'm going to turn on the things that I know to be true. So there is a battle coming. And unfortunately, it's like me against the people that have been calling me child abuser and whatever, right? Falsely.
Liar.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Just like today, just like with Brenda. That's the last thing I heard from Brenda.
I'm not going to back down, unfortunately. I've reached my thing. I've found my religion. And here I stand.
Yeah. I think it's a we though as well. You know, I think it's not just you.
Yeah, everybody does it on their own though, right? You know.
Yeah.
It's personal.
Yeah. But particularly in this arena, you know, I know it's focused on you. It's been focused on you, but they need to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's about everybody else, right? I've been purposely trying to keep this out of it because I'm not a flat earther, although they want to tie it to flat earth. Maybe it'll benefit them either way on either side, right? It doesn't benefit me, and it doesn't make any difference really to whatever I say. But you know, there's other connotations in all of this that you end up bringing people into an arena that they shouldn't really be involved in. Like, I don't think anybody should be involved in this particular arena at all. It's not healthy either way.
No,
you're seeing what it's doing to the flat earth. And,
well, you saw a microcosm of that just in your short discussion with Brenda.
Yeah.
There's nothing that can come of it. So you stand on your principle. You stand, as you point out, you stand where you stand. You found your religion in this, and I would go along with it. I'm not moving. It doesn't bother me that anyone says what they say about any of us here. But what is it going to lead to is the question. Are they going to force us to drink the hemlock?
Yeah.
Like almost literally, is that where we're going?
Ever heard of heterodoxy?
Mm-mm.
Okay, heterodoxy. This article is about the religious term. In religion, heterodoxy, from ancient Greece, is other, another, different, and doxa, which means popular belief, which is any opinions or doctrines at variance with an official orthodox position. Linked to heresy.
That's what I was just going to say. It sounds like it leads to heresy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just by having a different
different doctrine,
different opinion, a different doctrine, you are automatically a heretic.
Yeah. And they assume, right, from the beginning that I wasn't his globe. They assumed it. So therefore you can just hand out labels. These people in this Inquisition group, right? If you can put yourself within the Inquisition, then all of these powers of these little things are at your disposal. I think people in this arena should be able to see those people who are pointing fingers. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
Most of them. I think what you've watched within the final experiment, right, and to show within a group, flat earthers like Patricia Steer and all of them, they've left the arena because I think they can see this. They can see this within their own group, and they feel disgusted by it. They just don't even want to have anything to do with it. But it's hard to talk about because it's of the religious connotations. They don't want to admit that the globe versus flat it's a religious battle within the minds of all of these people. They've just been able to fool themselves. It's got something to do with shape, but I don't think it ever has.
No, I agree with that. It has nothing to do with... They'll say that it does, but it doesn't. It has to do with their religion, their respective religions.
Yeah. And all of these different religions have the idea of this heterodoxy. Just other opinions, contrary to popular belief. And
the times we live in.
No, well, we've all been around this arena, watching and sort of wondering what it's all about. Why are these people sat doing these things? You know, like watching the people like Zep Tepe, I mean, in the chat there. What's that? I mean, as though it means something, backwards and forwards, still talking about things that they're pretending it's got something to do with the shape of the earth and whatever ideas they have that they've linked to these truths that they hold. But I think they're fooling themselves. The real conversations are here. But I mean, if you've already convinced yourself that you're an atheist or whatever, then what do you make of these things that have come from ancient Greece? I mean, call it a faith or put it based around heresy and all of that. But I mean, it's just what people place in their mind, isn't it?
To conform or not conform, that is the question.
I think it shows within that apostasy, and
yes,
that's Jaren all over. He's swapping from one to the other. Will they accept him?
Yes, they will.
Yeah,
Well,
but will they
is
accept him as a priest, though, right? Because Jaren's going to take the position of fight the flat earth.
Yeah,
he's going to be
eventually they
much
will.
better.
Yeah, they'll accept him as a priest eventually, right?
An apostate.
It goes on long enough.
How well have apostates done? What's the most notable apostate that you know of?
Paul, the Apostle Paul.
He came from
Judaism to Christianity, and when he was a Jew, he was killing Christians. I mean, that's pretty high echelon, right?
Mm-hmm.
yes.
If you're willing to kill a group of people,
He
right?
believed
And
he was killing apostates.
that's correct. He did. And then once he became a Christian, he himself was killed for being a Christian.
Persecuted and killed.
And is known as, at least in Christian circles, the greatest of the apostles. So, I mean, he's the one who went to the Greeks. Funny enough, you should mention Greeks. But I mean, that's one character from history that you could say, yeah, was pretty much a high priest, if you want to think about it that way, on one side, and then a high priest, if you want to think about it, on the other side as well. Just to change in the belief system.
Which is a complete change, right? That's
Yes,
like it
total
says, it's
change.
a contradictory, if you will.
Yes. So if
What
Jaren,
about?
to use Jaren's example, if Jaren goes far enough on the dogmatic globe side, and starts taking down the hated flat earthers on the other side, he'll be heralded as a hero, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that is
A useful double agent.
Well, but does it really matter, right? Because it's just one religion going against another.
It's actually the same religion.
Well, it's a religion. It's not the
Yes.
same religion. It's a religion.
Well,
in that sense, it's not the same religion.
I'll explain it. It's called the religion of go against whatever's established.
Well, no, it can't be that, Constance, because if you have one side is established, the other side's not established.
No, as far as Jaren was concerned, he had established flat Earth.
Oh, maybe in his mind.
Yes,
sure.
As a religion,
right?
They're both
but it was not
the same.
orthodox. It was not orthodoxy, right? Except in those circles.
No, but there were orthodox flat earthers and there are orthodox globies. There's same temple, same bullshit. Worship the form, make it the priority, and get totally distracted with or from the truth. Bev has found truth, and he will stand on that hill and die for it.
Yeah, I can't imagine turning. You know what I mean? I can't imagine flipping on that and going, nah, it's a circle, isn't it? It's like, I can't.
It's the same thing as 2 + 2 = 5. When you get it, that what they're trying to do is to schizoid everybody in their mind, because if they can break your mind, they can break your soul. That's the doorway.
Yeah, I see.
Once they get you, to comply with words, once they get you on the words where you are in agreement with them on any even a portion of what they're saying, and they say, you've agreed with me now. I've got you. Now we're talking serious stuff, because the only advocate we're going to have before that accuser is the Christ himself.
Well, that's why I can't sort of imagine, right? Now, I suppose you could say that, I don't know, like before, because there was nothing, before finding the truth, right? I already held it as a belief, but if you take the apostate idea of Paul, then like it's not as if he found the truth and then converted. It's as though he's an apostate after the fact, if you will.
Well, no. In that case, it's a similar case to what you're saying for yourself, right? In the case of the character in the Bible known as Paul, he found the truth because he said that he met Jesus Christ, the crucified and risen Christ, by the way.
Yeah.
Along the road to Damascus. That's the truth that he says. So he found a knowing for himself in that, because this person that he met, that he said was the Christ, said that you're going to be blinded, and then you're going to go to someone's house, and then you're going to be cured of your blindness. I mean, I'm paraphrasing the story.
Yeah.
And that happened. So,
but he didn't have the opposite of that, though, did he? Right? In the idea that, let's go back, apostasy. Yeah. It says, deflection, revolt is the formal disaffiliation from, abandonment of, or renunciation of a religion by a person. So did he have a religion before in the you know, in that, well, in the connotation of the religion, right? But the truth, if you will, is the one, because it does say
that's right,
embracing an opinion that's contrary to one's previous religious beliefs. Well,
so one could say, yeah, you're right. So one could say that Paul did not have a true faith in Judaism, right? Because he fell away from that and accepted Christ, because he had a knowing. So yes, he was acting on behalf of the Jews at the time, historically speaking, and he killed a lot of Christians because of that, right? That he was doing that. But did he actually have a true faith in Judaism at the time? No, you can't, because you don't apostatize if you have a true faith in something, or if you have a knowing in something, which is something else, right? You don't apostatize from that.
Yeah, see,
just like you say, you're not going to from level is horizontal.
Yeah,
There's nothing that you could see that could tear you away from that, because you have a knowing for yourself.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what anybody else
where I call that, right? I say at that moment I found my religion in the same way that Paul would have found his religion meeting Jesus, right?
That's right. That's
there
right.
is no before it within that context, because once you've found the truth, you've actually found your religion, right? At that point, I'm just trying to relate it to myself, right? Not the whole connotation, right? So in the understanding of what I'm thinking of when I found what I call a religion, but similar to the, you know, meeting Jesus, if you will, take that, right? Although mine isn't, it's not, that's how I'm relating it, but it's not as if I have met Jesus, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Just found a proof, right, within reality. That's all it takes, I think. Something to hold on to.
Believing to knowing. You believed that you were going to have an outcome. You went and tested it. You confirmed it, and then you knew. Level is horizontal.
And I mean, there's much simpler ways to think about. Let Elder Bear, you go, and then I'll say what I was going to say, because you just came up.
Yeah, it was just this kind of that kind of idea laid at the heart of my question to Jaren, was that, you know, seemingly he's made a total switch from one paradigm to another. You know, I mean, if that amazes me, and it was the geometrical question that really stumps me, to think how you could drop one geometric system within you and change to something that's totally opposite to that, you know, overnight almost, or within a matter of weeks. That seems such an incredibly difficult thing to do. That's why I was asking him, how did you feel about that? Have you done that? How have you managed to do that? I mean, within religion, is there a comparison to draw, but say between going from one religion to another, that would be so different? You know, I guess, you know, if you went from, it's a bit rough to say, going from Islam to Christianity, or the other way round.
Yeah.
In a sense, you're giving a different name to what you've always believed.
Yeah, it's the same thing, isn't it?
It's the same thing in a sense. It might have different precepts, might have different rules to it, but it's not a fundamental part of it, that it lives in a different part of the universe. It's a she, it's not a he. It's do you know what I mean? It's so that
it really comes down to a knowing, doesn't it? What is a knowing, right? And how does one acquire a knowing? And I actually had a conversation with someone today in the live chat about having a knowing, and this person said that they can't be sure, 100% sure of any truth that they hold. They don't know. They can't know. It's impossible to know. And I gave the example of, well, that's an interesting take. So I asked the question, let's say that you are set there petting your dog, So it's your dog. You're petting your dog. You would say that I can't know for sure if I'm petting my dog or if I'm actually petting, because maybe I'm not, or that my dog is actually a dog, because maybe it's not. And that person said, yes, that's true. So that for that person, they can't even have a knowing of, if you could picture sitting there petting your dog, that you're actually sitting there petting your dog, because in actuality you could be petting, he said, I could be petting a raccoon. My dog could be a raccoon. I just think it's a dog. I found that amazing. But that is 2025, right? That is our modern times. That even the simplest experiential proof can either be ignored or, I don't know, posited in a way that says that it might not really be real. But when it comes to, with this particular person, when it comes to the shape of the thing that they live on, they're as close to sure. Actually, I would say they're probably more sure than whether they were sitting there petting their dog, which is an amazing thing to me. And I think that's where people get upset with Bev, because Bev has proven this thing to himself in reality, in real life, outside, using certain tools, and somehow people rail against this to the point of, again, having files and doxing and calling him child abuser and liar and all the other things. It's just
got
amazing.
Nothing to do with the shape of the earth, right? That was
Absolutely
my mistake,
not.
was saying the thing that I could prove to somebody who can't have it. They just can't hear that sort of thing. That was my mistake. But I mean, maybe, maybe the words I used, right, were seditious words, but I didn't know that. I didn't know that these people had such a framework that they would get hurt by words that I was using, even though that they may be truthful, right? They're still painful for them to hear, and they don't want to hear it. And not just them. There's a lot of flat earthers that don't want to hear some of the words I have to say as well. Like when I say the earth's not flat, they don't want to hear it.
Yeah, not at all. They can't hear it.
Seditious words to that particular group, because it upsets the norm, the authority, whoever they are.
The dogma. Yeah.
Yeah, it exposes the dogma, and all they can do is just shut it out, put their fingers in their ears. But I mean, it's probably going to get worse, like quite a lot worse, because like they're the people that are listening. They want me to be quiet, but I'm sorry, I can't. Seriously, the stuff that we've done here is amazing. Like, more people should know about this, what we do.
Mm-hmm.
An interesting situation, not to pick on Jaron, but anybody in a similar position, is that, they say that apostates were never true believers in the first place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left.
Yeah.
And so now, has he taken on something else that he truly believes? Or has it just been presented as the only other option?
Yes,
and he's also not a true believer of that. And then where I mean, that's his journey. That's his journey. Maybe he'll find that that isn't a religion he never knew he had. It's he may find another one for himself, whatever that might be. But
his mother did too. She understood everything he presented about the Catholic Church historically and all that, and he basically told her this is the Club of Rome and blah blah blah. And then she went back to going to the Catholic Church because she didn't find anything to replace it with. So the house got empty, and the spirits came back and said, look, there's room for a lot more. So I don't look for replacements. I just look for the truth, and I'll fill myself with it. And if I can't find that, then I am lost as a human being. And finding one's truth, or finding the truth, we never know how lost we are until we get to that point, or were until we get to that point of meeting the truth. And then we have to go through the whole accepting process.
Well, where do you find your truth? That's the question.
Where did you find yours?
Well, it's a personal thing, isn't it? I mean,
Yep.
it's a question that
personal.
should be up for conversation.
And no one's is exactly like the other ones or their experience or whatever, because it is an experiential thing. It's very personal and it's very intimate.
Yeah, what happens if that very conversation of where you found your truth, what if that's seditious?
It is.
It'll test
because
your faith.
The kingdom of darkness can't afford to have any rays of light shining out.
Yeah, they went out from us, but they were not really of us.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ultimately, you're right. Ultimately, it will be seditious.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's got to do with the truth, right? Particularly a personal truth to be spoken about.
Yeah, and you can
totally
be
empirical.
Yeah, you can be one of rabbit's ears, us, and then find later that isn't what you are. You know, there's that journey of being amongst some people you think, yeah, this is it, and then gradually you might find, that's not quite it. And you know, that's just the journey. Where you find, you know, the true place where you belong is I guess the goal. And then maybe that's where life really begins. But being called seditious will certainly test that. You know, whether you're going to stand by it or not.
Fear not, be strong, be full of courage. Keep shining.
Yeah. We've definitely, for anybody listening to this conversation, it's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth. We've progressed way past that, but we've always been here. This is what this Discord server does. We get to these truths. We've done the work. I have personally. I'm still willing to go out there and do some more, but the actual work that I needed to do to be able to prove these things to myself, we've done. We've done it all.
This is a great point and a good question. I'm gonna ask you right now. So, since you've come to your, let's say, understanding, or you say you found your religion, right? Mm-hmm. Because of what you've done to yourself, you've proved it to yourself. Do you feel in any way compelled to have to zealously evangelize other people to your viewpoint?
I haven't got a clue what that means. To be honest, I'd have to check that out. But
do you feel like that it's now your mission to ensure that everybody else in existence agrees with what you've found for yourself? The
Absolutely
proof that you've found for yourself.
I want to hope to give people what I have, but I don't, I don't expect other people to do it at all.
That's telling, right? Because you have the Inquisition up, right? You're looking at the discussion about the Inquisition.
Yeah.
And that's the difference in this arena and a lot of other arenas. There are people that are willing to destroy other people physically, or by canceling them, or by having a file on them in some other room, maybe a room of shame for that person, right? They are willing to do those things because they have a certain viewpoint or a certain, call it proof to themselves, whatever you want to call it, belief, religion, right? that they must have other people adopt. They must. Or else it's the Inquisition for you. But you, right? When I asked you that same question, Bev, you're like, absolutely not. I mean, it would be nice if people would understand what I've done, do it for themselves, and come to the same understanding. But I don't care. I'm not going to try to shut them. I'm paraphrasing what you would say, right, Bev? I'm not going to shut them down. I wouldn't physically harm them, even if I had the chance to do that. Right? I have no intention of doing any of that stuff.
The shit that I've done, like, I can't imagine why anybody would want to do it. You know, like testing the self-evident.
Right?
Like, what?
And it's the same way I believe that is a hallmark of someone who has found some kind of truth for themselves.
Here.
Right? That they don't zealously go out and evangelize that to the point of wanting to destroy another person or another group of people because they don't come to the same realization or understanding. Right? People who find a real truth will just say, I don't care what you think. If you want to have a conversation about this, I'm happy to share in religious circles, in Christian circles, let's say, you'd say, I'd be happy to share my testimony, how I got to where I am. You've done that before, Bev. I'd be happy to, although, people like Brenda won't allow you to do it. But, I've heard you have other conversations with people explaining what you did. They could go do the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's seditious, though, I think.
It is seditious.
To a certain group of people, that's seditious. And even if you're talking to somebody who's in a non-seditious way, and these people hear you saying it, it will then become seditious.
It will. But if my point here I'm trying to make, Bev, is if the tables were turned, right? If you somehow had the authority, if you were the established authority, you would not behave in the same manner. Why the difference? And I say the difference is because you have found a real truth. The people who claim sedition have not. They're the ones who are standing on sand and not rock, right? They're the ones who are they're feeling threatened. They are insecure. That's why those people claim sedition. We need to get the Inquisition going. Get Bev out of here. Get him out of here. Don't let him talk. I mean, we've heard all of it. We've heard all of it.
Yeah, I think it's important to try and get away from one person as a figurehead of something, for a focus of the Inquisition. You don't have to go out and evangelize. There's obviously sedition is being spotted without going out to evangelize. That's going on without anybody going out to preach their belief system. Just talking about their belief system's enough. And from the outside it could be viewed that it is a cult. It can, do you know what I mean? If you have a figurehead, then it can be seen from the outside that it's cultish. And everybody's following the belief system and the exact words and just of this other person, which isn't true, because you find commonality amongst each other of feelings inside and understandings inside. It awakens something within you that is your own anyway. How you recognize it. It's not down to I only repeat what somebody else says because they've played some magic trick on me and convinced me it's the thing. Because I think that's what's being pointed at. And that's how it's focused on Bev, and I think that's pretty dangerous.
It's very dangerous
for everybody else, and it doesn't need evangelical preaching or anything for sedition to be the accusation, really, because that's what it is. I mean, the followers, if they're called that, will be mowed down with the rest, I guess, anyway, unless they become apostates and sign up, say, Hello Akbar, it's yes, I believe you, don't kill me, kind of thing, or whatever the force is that's come in to say you're not one of us.
Tis
So
globe
you don't
sometimes
belong.
isn't enough, though.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's what?
Even
That's
if
what
you
I mean.
even if you've never been a flat earther, tis globe doesn't seem
good
to
enough.
work.
It's
No, it
not
doesn't.
good enough.
Not once
No, you
you've
have
been
to.
put under this thing. You see
Because
this
you
here
have to adhere.
underneath
You have to
the
adhere to all the doctrines, right?
yeah.
You go back to that heterodoxy. You have to adhere to all of the doctrines.
And you have to prove that you're loyal.
Whoever's
Again,
doctrines.
we're
Yeah.
down
Yeah.
to we're down to
You know, because sorry.
in what's his name, Solzhenitsyn's book. He describes all the questioning and how they handled it, how they led it, and how they got their prisoners to admit to things. It was so evil.
It's got it here. Look,
So
as with sedition inquisitions, heresy inquisitions
yeah,
were supposed to use the standard inquisition procedures. These
Yeah.
included that the defendant must be informed of the charges, has a right to a lawyer and a right to appeal the Pope.
hmm
The Inquisitor
Go further.
could
Yeah, keep
only
going.
the Inquisitor could only start a heresy proceeding if there was some broad public opinion of the
There you go.
infamy of the defendant, right? I mean,
There you go.
you need a room
Yes.
in order to, sort of get people to point fingers, right?
But we
Or
got a
charging
taste of
for
that, Bill.
private opinions. However,
We got a taste of that, Bev, with the COVID thing.
such inquisitions could proceed with minimal distraction by lawyers. The identity of
Mhm.
witnesses was protected. No
Closed
names
court
needed.
system.
Could be anybody.
Mhm.
No juries.
Yeah.
Anybody.
Tainted witnesses were allowed.
Mhm.
People just
Mhm.
saying any old
Liars.
shit. Yeah. And once found
Didn't like the
guilty
guy.
of heresy, there was
Liars and
no right to a lawyer. So you can't defend yourself
Mhm.
once you've been accused
Nope.
of it.
Yeah, I mean, they seem all quite like medieval images you're painting there, but they fit very well into what's going on,
Modern society.
in
Modern
places
times.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And not just around here, right? I'm pretty sure
No.
that's
Oh, no.
everywhere.
It's
No, and
everywhere.
I wouldn't expect that, say, like in this arena, the two opposing sides would both employ those precepts of those laws to carry out their inquisition. I don't think they'd be any different in bringing a heretic to justice.
Yeah, I mean, who calls heresy? But the problem with that is, right, in order for them to try and use that, they have to admit it's religious.
Mhm.
Right? And in order for them to admit it's religious, what they've got to say is there's no proof. Because
That's
you
correct.
can't have proof within a religion. There's no need for religion. There's no need for faith if there's proof already. And I think that's the difference, what we're looking at here, right? There's a religious connotation, but one of the religions tends towards truth. And that's where this shows, right? I found a truth.
Mhm.
And the people are treating it as though all of these things, right? I mean, this is very familiar to me, but I'm not used to this religion. It's why having people like Kevin, you, Constance, around that have been in the religious, like to relate this sort of stuff. There's not much difference.
You hadn't been confronted with these kinds of things.
No.
And
Buster,
you didn't know
Buster
that you were
told me.
entering a religious situation.
Yeah, Buster told me, right? When we were doing the philosophy and we got to Bertrand Russell and all of that, Buster, like, lit up. He was like, oh my God, I've seen this within the religious debates.
Yeah.
Seen this very thing. And that was within philosophy and, that sort of stuff. But it was relating it to the things that we have around us all the time. So that, like, you know what it's like round here. Like, we are relating this to reality. When people say, oh, you're in geometry. No. We are in reality all the time. That's where we've always been. That's how we know the Earth's not flat. That's where we live. We just use all of these things. Most people with religion and whatever, the religion is the thing that you take from it, and you only have the ability to talk about it, which is why it's good having people like Kevin around. That, you know, they can take those personal experiences and put them together. Like, everybody in this particular Discord server brings something to the table, and it's good. The conversation is inspiring in more ways than one. I think more people should come and experience it
if they're not too afraid.
Yeah, it's troubling.
Unfortunately, they are.
It's a funny situation to have moved. I mean, this is a pertinent example, but it could apply to all sorts of things. It's to move from a Home Depot latitude to a Home Depot surface. A tessellated latitude to a tessellated surface.
Yeah.
That's the geometrical switch, but they were the same. The concepts
the reality is still the same. Reality doesn't change. Just
They're
something in your mind has flipped. And I'm like with you, Elderbear. I can't see how that's happened. I can't.
Yes. Yeah.
I know that I don't have the ability to do that. And that's what fascinates me about it.
There's no truth value in it. That's the thing. You know, if you ask the question about it, they lie. It doesn't exist. It's the other people who are doing that. They can't, look over there. Nobody wants to face the situation of it.
Yeah, I think when you say they switch and they lie, well, they're lying to themselves. I mean, I think that again, not that we're picking on Jaren. Maybe we are a little bit.
No. That's just.
I think he lied to himself.
Well, I mean, or is he now? Because he's admitting that he's never lied. You know, like he's in his framework. He's the most truthful.
But he can't see it, Bev. Right?
Well, yeah, he can't see that he's completely flipped from one to the other. You can't have both of them as being truth. And you can't have him as being the most truthful through the switch because he's gone from one to the other.
Yeah, he lied to himself, right? Or he's lying to himself now, one or the other.
Well, since he's in a false dichotomy, I would say
yes.
Like he's trapped himself within an eternal loop.
Yes.
Is he saying that in one place he believed it was the truth, so he wasn't lying, and now he believes this other thing is the truth, and because he believes it's the truth, he's not lying.
It's a dialectic.
Or does he have or does he think he has a knowing now because of the 24-hour sun?
Yes. Right? Has it moved from a belief to a knowing?
To a knowing. In the other direction. Did he have an Apostle Paul's moment?
Yeah. That would be something, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Did he meet Jesus while he saw the 24-hour sun? I mean, I don't know.
Dialetheism.
It doesn't sound like he met Jesus.
It's right there. Like modern day society has placed this within ChatGPT. The dialetheism. There's always truth, particularly a personal truth. Jaren has this personal truth that he's never lied. I don't know whether he'll admit that he was wrong. Because, like you heard when I was asking him about that swap between the latitude and the perpendicularity of what he did have to now, he played the music. He didn't want to hear it. It's hard to know which is the truth that was and that is.
Well, I think that I think the reason why he
what a wretched place to be.
Yeah, I think the reason why he did that, though, this is just my opinion, is because he knows he was lying to himself before. He's been confronted with that in his own mind. And while he's trying to say that he has never lied, he knows that he lied to himself. Because you can't make that kind of switch and say that, I was wrong and I lied to myself. You need to be honest with yourself and say, yeah, I lied to myself because of all these things that I thought were true, and I convinced myself and I lied to myself. But now, but he didn't want to hear that. He heard when you were asking those questions of him, they were painful questions, just like Socrates' painful questions of the ancient Greeks, and he turned the music on because it was too painful to face the fact that he was lying to himself. That's what happened. And it happens with a lot of people every single freaking day. And that's why it's so hard to find someone who's actually honest anymore. That'll say, yeah, I was wrong. I lied to myself.
That takes some human.
Yeah,
growth of a human, doesn't it?
Yeah, a lot of humility.
Yeah,
it does.
Exactly. Yes.
Doesn't it take a knowing of the truth, though?
When the experiment wrapped up, Jaron said, "This falls into the basket of globe." Now, we all know the background of that, right? Where you take something, fact, tested, whatever, a proof, and you put it in the basket of globe, or you put it in the basket of flat earth. And those are the only two baskets they have. So he said, the 24-hour sun falls into the basket of globe. At that point, he wasn't leaving flat earth. He got pissed off when the questioning happened and when the accusations rolled out and everyone was ganging up on him. That's when he got mad and said, "I'm switching." So I question his motivation, I question his reasoning, and I question his emotional responses. He's mad. He's angry.
Yeah, I think you're right, Constance, but
and he's
with all due
wretched.
respect, I think you're missing the point. The point I'm making is that no matter what, Jaron lied to himself.
Yes.
He did not think there was a 24-hour sun, right? He had what he claimed was a knowing that there's no 24-hour sun, and then he was confronted with it. And rather than being humble enough to say, you know what, lied to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I've experienced it, I gotta come clean. I lied to myself. Instead of saying that and admitting it, he puts his fingers in his ears and starts yelling and screaming because Bev was trying to confront him on that point. He didn't want to hear it.
You know what I really think? It's just come to me now. When he heard my voice, he knew who I was.
Oh yes,
and he knew who I was because I give him a little thought bubble that had been sitting in there all the time.
Pop.
And he couldn't, he didn't even want to hear it. So that's why he put that stuff on and went, I'll come back to the Discord. Yeah. He did. Yeah. I really do hope he does want to come over and have a chat because I think we can help him with some content. I think. Not just content, but hopefully, sort the mind if we can.
Yeah, for me, it's not to kind of poke at Jaron. It's something. It's an example in the moment. It's fresh. It's a good one to look at, and it's his journey. I don't criticize him for what he's doing because it's his journey. It intrigues me. It intrigues me how when I look at myself and think, how could I do that? And then when I look at that, there is some lessons in there, some learning in there to see, and understand how you might process that and how you couldn't process that and what that means for me personally, about where my boundaries and limits are and that kind of thing. So there's some good stuff out of it. It's very interesting. And amusing at the same time. There's some fun to be had. But yeah.
Well, you can tell them, I guess, from us that we're a humble bunch and we will not condemn or judge him. We just want to have a talk. And we've faced our demons. We've been down this road and we've had to admit to what our errors were in perception and in our speech. And I would welcome him.
Yeah, one of the things I want to, over time go over is this idea of finding your religion. Now, me personally, it was a challenging thing, right? It's where you become challenged, and it's something so simple that if you know there's something that you cannot know, it's what do you do with that information, knowing that you cannot know it? Like, where do you place that information? If you know that you can't know it, who can? And how is it that you know that you cannot know it? Because that's a weird concept to even
That's
grasp.
what it was this morning.
Yeah.
Conversation this morning. Someone knows that they can't know something. Yeah, it's weird. I just said it's interesting.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Well, I'd say that's sort of how you find your God, if you will. Because you have to give that thing that you know that you can't know to something that does. You have to. Yeah, the greater. Because if you try to imagine that you can know it, or you go to the search of the thing that you know that you can't know, then you're only going to end up in madness.
Yeah, that's a little bit different though than I can't know anything.
Yeah. That's a whole different concept. I'm talking about the things that you
cannot know. You just can't know.
Like pi.
Yeah.
The
Isn't
number,
that what
right?
the sophists
You can know
were?
what pi is.
Isn't that what the sophism was?
Well, I think that
wasn't that the sophist movement?
I think it started off as people wanting to be teachers and all of that, but then it turned into a battle of who could win in debate, and that's where the division starts to be set in. Then it becomes in trickery, and rhetoric becomes a magic in how to win, and there's all sorts of team tactics that start to go into play, and it's lost its purpose of gaining knowledge at that point. It then turns into much is the same as what they're doing at the minute with, I think the religion is being broken apart, particularly Christianity, and the people that are in the arena, they seem to not see it, because I guess it's this idea of the false dichotomy. If you're within the false dichotomy, you can't really see what's going on. And the people in this arena can't see that their very religion is at stake. It's being challenged massively. I'm lucky I found my religion, but I've also seen there's danger for the other people. But I saw it with the flat earth. And the globe earth, and it's the same sort of thing, and I know that nobody's really gonna listen.
It'll be interesting to see where all this goes. I gotta run, but it's been a very good conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Kev. Thank you.
Yeah,
see y'all.
Catch you later. Yeah, this whole conversation's going to new areas. And, I've been keeping away from this for, I don't know why. Because I guess it's a journey that, I had to make sure my foundations were solid in both my understanding of what is, but also the rhetoric, right? We need to be able to have that ability to be able to communicate. And I honestly don't think I had that when I first came into this 6 years ago. Definitely didn't have the ability to sit on a live YouTube thing and just talking like I am now.
It's definitely a learning process, isn't it? And a journey to develop that.
Yeah. And if anybody does want to come in, this is, with me, this is a normal conversation. I don't think I'm any different live as I am in the thing, except like this is going out to the YouTubes, right? If this is out there. But I mean, if anybody wants to come into Discord and get into the conversations, this is exactly what we do. And I'm, still working on stuff. We've got loads of ideas, and me personally, I think we are turning a page in the on the level sort of stuff, growing up, if you will. We're going into the real discussions. Obviously, we've left this false dichotomy behind. I don't know how many people in the chat, but we've left the shape thing. May as well forget about it. Anybody in this arena, flat Earth is lost. It's never been flat. Should have listened to me when I was saying it. And it's no good just pointing fingers and saying you're a flat earther. I mean, that holds no weight now. It means nothing. Flat Earth has now been proved to be so ridiculous that even the leading figures who are trying to get a meeting together of the top guys for purposes of coming up with a test, they've got nothing. No one. Dave Weiss was getting in an aeroplane. They've got nothing. Yet I've got a simple test that, I sorted for me. That's all I needed to do. Nobody else needed to do it with me, although people did do it with us, so. It's all about the conversation, right? The only way we progress this stuff from now on is to be able to communicate man to man, if you will. Because, I mean, people are talking to computers now, asking it questions, asking the burning questions, right? That they're trying to sort out. They're asking a machine, and the machine is just reading from popular opinion. You're never going to find any answers in ChatGPT. It's like a calculator. It's never going to get to these burning issues. So, the future's in conversation with people, and that's what I'm hoping we're going to be doing here. Anybody does want to
it's the vinyl, isn't it? The vinyl as opposed to the CD. It's the computers is zeros and ones. It's a binary. It's an average of everything. It's like pixelated pictures are an average of a color, and music is an average of a tone on that dot. It's this is analog, and it leads from the things that we listen to or we've listened to within this arena lead to these kind of deeper questions and thoughts about how like a microcosm of society and how that plays out and what implications it has on humans and life and possible freedom, possible ability to find freedom, to find our purpose as humans that isn't going to be restricted by somebody else's idea of what can be done, what's allowed to be done, and what's possible. Because, with an open heart and an open mind, everything's possible.
Yeah, it's modern society. Modern society works in different ways. You have to grow up and be able to fit in. It's pretty obvious that there is a reality and reality's not flat.
There can be only one.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah,
obviously not flat, and it's
yeah, and I think the
obviously
future.
not a sphere.
Yeah, I think the future society is being constructed that you have to fit in. It's leaving no kind
Conformity.
of gaps. Yes, it's leaving no gaps for free running, free society, free
No
association.
free anything.
No, it's about we know where
It's
you
all
are, we know
controlled.
what you've got, we know where you spent it, we know what you think,
We know what you
we
said.
know what you're going to think, we know what you said. Yes.
Yeah, but
you know what you should be saying.
The next step is, right, is that you need to be taught what is seditious.
Yep.
That's the next step. It's how you get taught that. Right? Now, I think the way it works is by making an example of someone, right?
Yeah.
Putting them up there and saying, look, do not do this.
Well, that is happening, isn't it, in society? We can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's happened.
People post something on Facebook. It's tell do this to this person and tell everybody, if you do that like this person, this is what's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah. When are they going to admit that a level being horizontal is seditious? Right? Because it's pretty obviously tough for this group of people who, at what point do they imagine they are the 99.999% of people? Because we've heard that. I've heard Rumpus speaks for the 99.999%. I mean, it was wrote into Imaginometry.
That's why we must be the 1%ers.
Yeah, I mean, like, there is some sort of something that's occurred in the minds of people within this false dichotomy that we're in, right? But at what point do they try to use their globe foo, if they will, right? Some sort of mental art of being able to position themselves within the globe to be able to let people out there know what is seditious.
Like Bev's room of shame, you mean?
Yeah, I think I'm, again, part of the test. They're testing. I mean, throughout time, right, they must have tried all sorts of different ways of being able to push whatever the next narrative is, and we've obviously seen the breakdown of mathematics and logic and now education, right? It's having there's a pushback, but where's the pushback? I think we're at those sort of stages, aren't we? It's pretty evident that there's something going on here, like particularly.
Yeah, definitely within this system that's going. Yeah, definitely within this particular system, it's reaching a certain point.
The flat Earth breakdown is there, but there's a lingering thing, right?
But there's going to be a kick in.
But
there's going to be a striking out from that, in defense of the loss. There's going to be a resistance to losing something. So they'll be striking out at anything that might come in the way, like an angry child.
Yeah. God's talking there. At what point do you find your religion, right? Because a lot of people will find their religion once they get pushed to that point where they say, no, fuck, I'm not doing that. Don't ask me to take on something so contrary to my beliefs, right? how many people are willing to face that inquisition? Because I mean, it's coming, isn't it?
Yeah, if it's not already arrived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they'll try it in here.
Yeah, it's just not been formalized yet, but I think the rumblings are there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if only
and
they
pretty
knew
much
what
all those.
curvature was.
Yeah, pretty much all the leaders of the groups are. They have the rhetoric for that, you know, the shutting down of speech, of questions. That's what they're showing already.
Some fun times coming. It's interesting, right?
Definitely. Yes, yeah. It's not doom and gloom. You know, because yeah, from the ashes the phoenix rises.
Yes. Right. What time is it? It's going up to 12. Nearly done 4 hours. I've really enjoyed this. I could do this all day. And
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great.
Sorted,
I often think when we talk in the day, you know, that the things that, you know, when we have these moments that, you know, you can forget about it being live, you know, get that out of your head somehow, and that those moments that are quite magical sometimes, you know, when we're talking about things and with other, you know, with all sorts of people, that you're not conscious, you're not self-conscious of that moment, you know, that can be, because it kind of blocks the free flow of things often. So it's quite good when things can roll a bit.
Yeah, I don't think, Ian, not to knock what we do here of you know, for nighttime, right, or anything, but like Elderbear says, in the daytime, those conversations, that's where the epiphanies happen, right? That's, those moments can be savoured, and it's not being live. I don't think you could ever get to that sort of moment live, personally. Although you try to.
I agree.
But there are much better conversations away from here. I'm hoping that we can reach a point where the conversations can happen naturally, you know, live. But there's obviously the connotation that we are in this arena that we're not actually in now, right? That's ended. Whatever that flat earth thing was, you're going to have to put that in a, you know, a past, because it's gone. It just isn't there anymore. People like Nathan Oakley and Flatsoid, they're just about the only ones left. I don't know what any of the other flat earthers are going to be doing, to be honest.
And there's a few still, major ones and their followers.
Yeah, but I mean,
It doesn't
is
really
nigh.
matter. It's the battles are going to continue because it's about reality. I think, like you said, the heyday is over. They're going to have to adapt.
Yeah,
Come on, brothers and sisters, embrace your lack of latitude.
Stadiums, are they anymore?
Preach, bro, preach.
Yeah. You can only measure the planet Earth in the north.
Oh my Lord. We on a mission.
They're not playing in stadiums. They're playing at the local toilet at the Dog and Duck. It's Friday evening, something like that, right? A guest appearance by some flat earther
coming to a neighborhood near you.
And all the flat earthers have got to come for them now is people wanting to ask him, like, why have you got so many dildos? Or, you know, pin the tail on the donkey for us, will you? Can you do that, flat earther? Come on, clap your hands. Pin the tail on the donkey. That's it. Nothing. Because like Jaren, if Jaren can flip, like Elderbear said, if he can flip so easily, fully, and embrace the ridicule of the thing that, you know, he was so readily, he had nothing. And if somebody like Jaren, who's been such a big flat earth superstar, had so obviously got nothing, then like flat earth's gone. Jaren had nothing. When you come to that realization, like there's a conversation that we had with him, and listening back to it, you can tell that he had nothing then. He was basically a glober.
From Thursday?
Sorry?
The talk from Thursday?
No. We're like about a year or two ago. We had a conversation with Jaren. He came over here and we sort of ran through with him the problems caused by the let's say Jaren had the AE map, right? But we were trying to show him the geometric problems of having north, south, east and west being perpendicular, but then believing that one of the perpendiculars was a circle. It's impossible, right? It geometrically doesn't work. And if you can't put that to your mind geometrically and make it work, then your model should be dropped right there and then. But Jaren didn't. What Jaren did was he bent a straight line mentally.
Oh my God.
And it may sound, you know, ridiculous, but that's what Nathan Oakley's doing with his east-west circles. Sounds ridiculous, but the globe doesn't have that. Sounds contradictory, doesn't it? But the globe just doesn't have it. Only the flat earthers have.
Well, the globers call a curved line straight. It's just wow.
It's because it is straight.
I know.
It's far more strange in the concept of the mind than the flat earthers can see.
What a conundrum.
Yeah, yeah. And that's how you find your God. Coming up against those moments. I'm
coming up against something one cannot explain, nor explain away. But it's lovely to have the talks going and to have the meeting place still cozy and waiting for us.
Have you got a new track keyed up?
I've not got
on your turntable.
I'm going to play
on your wheels of steel.
I'm going to play False Dichotomy as we go out. So thanks for watching. Might be back tomorrow. I don't know. I quite like this sort of stuff. We've probably got a lot of stuff to go over. I know we want to go over Plato's Cave. I think we should re-go over the bit before it, but I don't know how we do it. I don't know whether we go over it live and talk about it. That relies on most people being here. I'd like most people to be here when we go over that sort of stuff, so I don't know whether the timing's going to be right for that or not, whether people want to go over it and talk about it, or whether they want to listen to us talking about it and then talk about people talking about it. Just after conversation, that's all we're after here. And anybody that wants to come and talk can. Anybody that's banned us and You know, if you want to lift that ban, let us know, and we're up for conversation still. No hard feelings or whatever. But, I mean, there are things that need to be talked about. Even the flat earthers need to talk about it. I mean, you can't just go around with your fingers in your ears blocking people and talking shit about us. Because, I mean, I don't know how long that's going to work for. Some hard times coming. Right, let me get this one on, and we'll be back tomorrow, I think.
Two paths before me, both closed like a cage. Mine split open, trapped in separate rage. No clear answer, just smoke and glaze. What's real, what's fake inside this dance?
Have a lovely evening. The best of yours.
Swallowed contradictions dressed as truth.
Hope to see you tomorrow.
Lost in the paradox of twisted roots. Sun circles round but stands still. Reality bends, breaking my will. False dichotomy keeps pulling me in. Two bad choices where to begin. Faith rises in shadows cast. Caught in the tide, will it last? Waves of doubt crashing on belief. Answers hidden, buried so deep. Light sneaks through cracks in the dark. Ignite the flame with a single spark. Proof in reality whispers soft. Clinging tight before it's lost. Eyes wide open, heart beats fast. Will this struggle ever pass? False dichotomy keeps pulling me in. Two bad choices where to begin. Faith rises in shadows cast. Caught in the tide, will it last? False dichotomy keeps pulling me in. Two bad choices where to begin. Faith rises in shadows cast. Caught in the tide, will it last?